Plenty of support for Harrington.
On the tee from USA, Stuart Sink.
Plenty of roll in that one.
Stuart Sink going with the iron. Important to find the fairway if you're going to attack the flag. And chasing Sergio, they need to get off to a fast start this pairing.
How's the temperature down there, Ken? Has it warmed up at all, or is it still cool?
Oh, it's vastly improved. It's almost pleasant now. There's still a few grey clouds above and good crowds out watching.
When we arrived here this morning early on, there were hundreds, thousands coming in through the gate in the pouring rain. I have great admiration for spectators, golfing spectators particularly. They behave impeccably, and they come. It's not cheap to come and watch. They follow around, and sometimes they don't get an awful lot to see. Watching one of your heroes with a huge crowd, they just love the game, particularly in Scotland. I think here, we like to think that the crowds here all over Britain are good, but in Scotland I feel they're particularly knowledgeable.
Hunter Mahan. Nice shot there on 10.
Well, this terrific change in the weather has been quite amazing, because the wind was quite strong 4 hours or so ago from entirely the other direction. It was a westerly wind. It had been northeast for most of the week. Suddenly it was the other way. Now it's died right away. It's a very pleasant temperature. The course is in very good condition, and the leader's about to go out in the next 15 minutes or so, and this man is up ahead, charging along.
Maureen, I've just been told that there's only 4 players hit it past these bunkers here on 4 today. They've obviously early this morning the wind was into their face, but there's not much around now.
Well, do you know, scoring conditions are absolutely ideal now. No wind whatsoever, damp greens, ball not running as much. I mean, suddenly from a most awful day, it's turned into what are very favourable scoring conditions, and I suspect not what Sergio was looking for, because if these conditions remain, somebody could make a bit of a run here.
Well, Tiger's got an iron out, and it doesn't look to be a very big one. This hole is 578 yards, iron off the tee. There's no wind helping, so I don't know. Can you work this one out, Mark?
Well, this is for an eagle for Ben Curtis. He's just birdied 13. It's 4 under for his round. Oh, you beauty. 6 under for the day. 3 under for the championship in tied 3rd position.
Normally works the other way, doesn't it? You get the better conditions early in the morning and the afternoon players struggle a bit, but it's opposite today.
Doesn't seem to be any standard weather anymore, does there?
Global warming.
Yes, it is.
Peter Thompson's 3rd victory in a row, 1956, was like that. He had a late start time and he was cursing a bit. It was about 10 past 4 or something in the afternoon, lashed with rain. This was at Hoylake, lashed with rain and blew everybody away. And when he went out, there was just a light breeze, and it was dry. Flory van Donk, the great Belgian, was his nearest rival at the time, and he just steadily had a steady round when nobody else could play properly. It was terrible conditions, and that was that. So the draw, the times of the draw, the times you play can play a very big part.
Nice to see you.
Hands out the cards, and that little desk, there's pencils and teas, ball marker, all sorts. An integral part of professional golf, Ivor Robson.
And to Man, this is for birdie at 11. Well, the boys are starting to clock up a few birdies. It's amazing, once the rain stops, the standard improves dramatically.
Irish amateur Rory McIlroy, second shot to 18. 2 over for his round, 6 over for the championship. Oh, come on, get down there. That's very fitting. What a marvellous performance this week. This kid will be around for a long time. He's won the silver medal, the only amateur to make the cut.
Hugely talented, and to be even talked about in the same breath as Jimmy Bruin by the old boys is huge credit.
Well, Paul Broadhurst, who's another player that's won the silver medal back at Royal Lytham and St Anne's in 1988, got 172 yards to go here.
Well, it's an inviting pin from the left side of the fairway. And Brody will fancy getting this one pretty close.
Be good.
That was a good shot.
Great shot.
From the right-hand side of the fairway on one, Harrington, it's blind from down there. All you can see is a big marker at the back of the green. Rely on your yardage. He's done that well.
Well, yesterday I was down here when Lee Westwood chipped a little lob wedge onto the screen. It's going to be a big 7-iron for Ernie today. Not a breath of wind out here.
Well, I think on balance that was a little fortunate. Might have stuck in the bank, charged away over the green. That's not a bad result.
McIlroy now for a round of 72. Well done, what a way to finish. Finish in style. What a kid. Self-confident without being cocky. Very, very nice. After 3 rounds, young Rory was 7th in driving distance, so he's got that part of it sussed. He can work on it from there.
Yes, he's a small lad, but gives it a rip, and he'll remember that moment for the rest of his life. Leading amateur coming up there. There'll be a lot of people in the stands already giving him a huge cheer. He's got to hang around now all day and wait for the presentation to receive his medal, but he won't mind a bit.
He won't mind that at all. Second last group.
This is
just about
game number 34 on the tee from Ireland, Paul McGinley.
67 in the first round, then 75 second round, and come back with a 68. Excellent start.
On the tee from USA, Chris DeMarco.
Rounds of 74, 17, 66 for Chris DeMarco. Second, of course, last year at Hoylake.
Very interesting swing and sort of movements and little shuffles and jiggles. Got his bicycle clips on. Nice socks, trousers tucked in socks. Taboo, taboo.
They always seem to invent new ways of getting dressed, Americans, don't they? Put things on in the wrong order or upside down. It's uncanny.
Well, you never know, you might be ready for a quick escape. The old racing bike. Far end of the course if things go wrong. Seem to be getting more and more and more people on the fairways now in the championships, and I know we've got the scoreboards there, the Madras School, the pupils, a lot of them from the Madras School, scorers, markers, referees, bunker rakers and so on, but sometimes when you paid 50 quid you like to get a view.
It'd help, Peter, if the referee also carried the scoreboard and raked the bunkers, wouldn't it?
I think, and what an excellent idea.
The biggest laugh there was from Ian Pattinson over in the corner from the R&A.
He's having a cold sweat.
That's like Jimmy Durante. What do you think my right foot was doing? It was cracking walnuts. You can make sandwiches also. Here we are now up at the green. Harrington for a birdie. Big cheer if this goes in. There'll be a few cheers, I think, over the next 4 hours. Oh, a few groans as well. Four players have completed their round so far. One score under 70. Mark Foster 69. A couple of par rounds. Brian Moore and Nicholas Fass.
Anders Romero on the third. Move in that bunch at 3 under par. Joins the group. There are about 10 players at 3 under par.
Ernie's attempt on 2. This would pull him clear of the 3 unders. Oh, it's a beautiful putt. Wow, that was a big one. Wow. Ernie moves to 4 under. On 6.
Well, his strategy with an iron from the tee obviously paid off. It wasn't costly.
Broadhurst to join Els at 4 under.
Pulling each other along. How often that happens? Somebody plays well and you play well.
It can be a force that it's a more powerful one almost is moving backwards though. Sometimes if you both start playing badly, there's no way of returning. Yes, Sergio. Giving up the yellow today, thank goodness.
That outfit would have been straight in the bin, wouldn't it, last year?
Family support, Sergio's brought them with him. And well, onto the first tee goes. Very white trousers.
Didn't want to hit it in a hazard and have to play it, does he, Peter? That would be annoying.
your card. Make sure you change it with your partner of the day. That's the situation, you see. Then only 2 squares are empty now. Garcia and Stricker, the final pair, go off in a few minutes' time.
Woods here to save his par at 6. He looks pretty focused today. He's got a lovely putting stroke. Keeps his head so still. Watch him as he hits this ball. His head will probably remain still even after impact.
Sweet as a nut. Everything's so solid and rhythmical and smooth. Sort of the Fred Astaire of putting. Everything, no ugly movements.
And before you know it, he's got himself into 5th position. And he's just easing along, isn't he? Just really...
Yes, I think he's got to have a burst, though, somewhere, Wayne, don't you? He's got to have he's got to do something a bit dramatic. As you said earlier, there are lots of players between, good players between him and Garcia. Scores in so far, there's 24 players. It was 169, a couple of par 71s. 180, Alistair Forsyth 80, sadly, 80 for him. Sean O'Hare 79, Peter Hansen 80. So they were out in the worst of the weather. Now it's brightening up, and I think we're in for a very, very good afternoon's entertainment. You'll see a bit of everything, some drama, some joy, sadness. Still a couple of minutes to go. Anxious moments while you wait.
After birdie eagle at the preceding pair of holes, Curtis has this for a birdie on 15. This to join the 4 unders. Now it should be good enough to make par.
Well, if he gets in par from here, which is would be good playing, he will go home with a very nice check. How calm it all looks out there as we lift up. See, as far as the eye can see, it's like a mirror. Absolutely lovely, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of golf played here over the next few months. People visiting Scotland, coming to Carnoustie, not only to play this course, other courses round and about, up and down the coast, which are absolutely delightful. Plenty more inland.
McGinley, not a great deal of break in this putt, maybe slightly up the left-hand side.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final game of the 136th Open Championship. On the tee from the USA, Steve Stricker.
First time for Stricker in the final group of a major championship. I wonder how his tummy's feeling.
Going with a 3-wood, slightly more aggressive play. Hardly a breath of wind about.
Nice. Well, I think he's been lucky. It just stopped absolutely stone dead or hit somebody. Could have another
On the
yard
tee
to do
from
is in the
Spain,
course.
Sergio Garcia.
Sergio gripping down the shaft. He's going to punch this one forward. 2 or 3 iron. That sort of thing. A nice, firm, solid shot right up the middle. Could not be better. And off they go. What lies ahead, I wonder. Let's go and join Ken Brown.
Well, it was certainly a bit of a hook off this first tee, and Steve Stricker's been quite lucky. As you said, Peter, the ball just pitched in this area here. It only moved. In fact, there's where it pitched there. Actually spun back. So he's very fortunate because he's only got to go another 2 yards and he's in the old gorse bush. But from here, it's not a bad angle. They have to clear the crowd back. Looking over there, about 150 odd yards left to the flag, and not a bad angle into it. So it's a pretty decent break for him. Sergio, perfect spot.
Ken there with a map of the camp, which gives you all the distances, illustrated pictures of the holes, beautifully produced, very useful.
In watching Woods over the last couple of days, he's had much more success attacking flag pins on the right-hand side. This one's on the left. Got a 6-iron in his hand.
There's only 5 players ever to have won the Grand Slam, and Tiger has won it twice. Jack Nicklaus has won it 3 times.
Well, this is for a par 4 after visiting the fairway bunker for Paul Broadhurst.
Ernie now, lovely shot from Brody. Conditions perfect now. We're going to see some birdies, no question about that.
Oh, unlucky. Too much spin.
Yes, once the wind dies and the greens are soft from the rain, these players are like playing darts. This first group, or last group, gets to their second shots. Just like to say thank you to Mike Collins and his crew out there on the practice fairway driving range, who have looked after the players all week, and Mike is celebrating 25 years of service at the Open Championship. Well done, mate.
Andres Romero at the 4th. Started par birdie. This for another birdie. Playing with Jim Furyk. 2 under after 4 today. 4 under for the championship. They're creeping up, they're closing in on Sergio, but there's a long way to go. Well, Broadhurst putted, got a par, only for birdie.
Here's some cheers. Might be a bit like Augusta this year. It was quiet until Sunday.
6 irons from 179 yards, unsighted to the flag.
worst find the middle of the green. Well, a little wayward, but not bad. Remember, he's shots ahead. He mustn't do anything foolish. Don't throw shots away. Ken said Stricker was lucky here. And straight in. He's going to move those people. They may be just out of his eye line. They're lined up, ready to go. Click, 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 click. After the ball is struck, I hasten to add.
Is he far away from line of sight from that tower, Ken? Have you had a look?
They're just checking that up. Just to see where the flag is. Can't see where the flag is. It's a TV tower in a way. It's touch and go, I would say.
Well, Stricker's birdied every one at some time, brother, of these opening 6 holes in the 3 rounds he's played so far. Yesterday he had 4 threes in the first 6 holes. Second round he had 2. He had 2 birdies, the 5th and the 6th. In the first round he didn't do so well, but he birdied the 4th, dropped a shot at the 2nd, and dropped 2 shots at the 5th.
Ian Pattinson is our rules official here from the RNA in the commentary booth. Ian, what's going on here with the line of sight from the TV tower?
Well, he's got to, he's allowed to drop the ball so that it's more than 1 and less than 2 club lengths in a corridor, as it were. So if you can get the edge of the tower, 1 club length cross, and then another club length, and you drop the ball in that 2nd club length.
And it was line of sight to the flag.
Yes, and no penalty.
Well, we're being told that he didn't drop it, but it certainly looked like he went through the routine, but a good shot anyway.
It was a nice settler for Stricker, because he must have been a bit anxious when his tee shot was heading left. Ended up okay.
Justin Rose on 5. Hold up. Yes, Justin. Well done. Another birdie. It was very sparse out there this morning. The red numbers, red figures on this front 9. Coming in batches now.
So everything underway in this final round of the Open Championship. The last pair on the first green. Will Sergio's 3-shot lead over Steve Stricker and 6-shot lead over the next nearest challengers at the start of the day be enough? Already that has been reduced in the case of Ernie Els, who's birdied 2 and 3 and is back to within 4 of Garcia. Now if Ernie can mount a charge, or Paul Broadhurst, or Padraig Harrington, Paul McGinley, it's going to be very interesting indeed. And of course, there's always the looming figure of Tiger. This for a birdie at 7. This could get him to 4, within 5 of Garcia. This is a day when Tiger needs all of those to drop. Starting the day 8 behind the leader. And even for a man of Tiger's prodigious talents, that's asking a great deal. So it's a par for Woods. And he's 2 under for the round, 3 under now for the championship. Chris DeMarco running up to Woods in Augusta, and to the same man a year ago.
Right.
Oh, beautifully played. And there's obviously something about this championship that inspires Chris DeMarco. He's had a pretty desperate season on the PGA Tour, but he's really found his best form once again here at Carnoustie. Chris DeMarco. Chance for birdie at 2nd. That's the huge gallery around the first tee, first green rather. Garcia and Stricker. Garcia for An unlikely opening birdie, but listen for the roar if this should happen to drop. And his putting stroke really is a completely different animal with the bally putter.
Well, Mark James and Peter Ellis have taken a break. Sam Torrance and Andrew Cotter have joined us in the commentary box. Well, we're underway. Final group on the course.
This hole is playing 191 yards today. Upturned saucer of a green, throws the ball off on every angle. 6 iron for Woods.
That is the second day this week that we've seen him hook it there and be lucky enough to catch that bunker.
Paul Broadhurst. Great start from Paulie. Second shot to the fourth.
Come on, mate.
Accessible pin. He likes it, I think. Oh, why not? Beautiful shot from Broadhurst. Par birdie, par start. Playing with Ernie Els.
Ernie Els from 108 yards. Just got to watch the spin on this shot.
Sergio Garcia, his marker is there, and Steve Stricker safely in after getting away with that loose tee shot. A solid start to steady the nerves. As good as the birdie of yesterday, but level par for the round as they head off down a second.
They head off to the second tee. Different front. Certainly first 6 holes today, with the wind having turned round today. It was a northeasterly for the first 3 days, but it's a westerly today, so whereas those first half dozen holes had been all downwind, a much tougher proposition today.
Yesterday he was having cries of vamos in Scottish accents.
Second hole, par 4, dogleg right, 463 yards. Players avoid these bunkers quite easily, but that one there might catch them out. And the left-hand rough awaits one that is not shaped left to right. Long green hole today is cut 42 back, 5 from the right.
Richard Green having a great day. 13th tee, par 3. What a fantastic shot there from Richard Green.
Now Paul McGinley for par. Roll, 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 roll. Left it short at the first and a fraction short at the second.
Tee shot Stricker on 2. Safely done. A few spots of rain coming down over where we are near the 18th fairway, but looks quite good over there on the second still. Garcia with the driver.
Now, when they say deep breathing is good to calm your nerves. When this guy was on the first tee in the Ryder Cup singles match, I was standing about 10 yards away from him, and I actually thought he might blow me over. He was taking such deep breaths and blowing out. And I have tried it since then, and it really does help. A nice big deep breath just before you go into the shot. And you too can hit it like Sergio Garcia. Hear him shouting left. No. It's a poor one from Sergio. If it's in there, it might have jumped out. There she is. Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. He should be able to squeeze it out of there and run it onto this green at the second. Nice open entrance to the green. Makes you able to play a pitch and run.
Now, Tiger, this is for a par. He was in the bunker back left. He could only get it to here. This will be a momentum halter if he doesn't roll this one in. Momentum halted. You see the rain just starting to spit down again.
Seems to be having trouble turning the ball a little right to left. When he's got to hold it, just hold it left to right. It's pretty good, but when he tries to turn it into the flag, hasn't quite got the control. That wasn't a bogey he needed.
This is Chris DeMarco. This for birdie at the second. He goes to 4 under. They're making a move. And no one is making a move more than Richard Green. He has a putt on 13 to go 5 under. Actually, we've skipped that. He's holding on 13, and this is for eagle. On the 14th, he's already 5 under for the day. Have a look at this. Isn't that magnificent? So Richard Green, 7 under for the day, and -5 for the championship. Incredible. And if the weather does come in, this boy won't be far away.
He won't. He won in Dubai, his first tour, European Tour win, and then took him 10 years to win the Aussie Masters, his second win.
Ernie Els missed his birdie attempt here at the 4th. Broadhurst also misses. Still going along very steadily, both Broadhurst and Els. Broadhurst 1 under for his round, Ernie Els a couple below. I just remember back in 1988, Lytham St Anne's, Paul Broadhurst as a young amateur with a good old moustache on him. But Sergio's lead remains 3 after the first hole, clear of Steve Stricker. Richard Green making quite a charge, Els a couple of under, and Padraig Harrington 1 to the good after 3. Chris DeMarco, watch out for him also as a bolter from that large pack which started on 3 under. You know how well he putts, how well he challenged Tiger last year at Hoylake. A little bit further down and one worse off than he was a moment ago. Tiger Woods back to 2 under after that drop shot at the 8th. Justin Rose 1 under after 6 for his round, and Paul McGinley 1 over. Good score in from Mark Calcavecchia, 1989 champion. And nothing too much happening for Ian Poulter or Lee Westwood today. Poulter really winded by his finish yesterday.
Taken a long while here to choose his club. 206 yards, pin middle right of this putting surface. Humps and hollows guard the right side. Ideal shot, a little high fade. This looks a bit iffy. Needs a break here.
And got it. But whoever wins this evening is going to get the odd break along the way. That was very fortunate for Stricker.
Woods trying to put that miss behind him at the last 3 wood. He sneaked it into the left-hand bunker here yesterday, hoping to find the fairway today.
Catching the right-hand side of the fairway.
Good break from Sergio. He's gone on the area where the spectators have trampled the grass, and it's all lying with him. Not a bad angle at the flag. 201 yards, ball a little below his feet. 7-iron.
Go! Didn't come out.
Saying it didn't come out. Well, the flag on the second is 42 back, so that's probably about 6 or 7 on. He is a monster putt to go.
He's a bit excited, Sergio. He's a bit animated. He needs to just, I think, just chill it out and calm down a wee bit. I mean, it's we heard his at the 18th yesterday, but however, we'll go back to KJ Choi. This for birdie on 4. This to get to 4 under.
Getting ready to smash one away with a 3-wood on the 5th. An anxious lean. That's why that looks tangly deep stuff in there. Just depends if you're lucky.
Look down there at that second green. They're just getting to the front of it there now where Garcia is walking. And goes all of 54 yards.
Paul McGinley. Very delicate bunker shot here at the 3rd. He's played it, hit it, hit it, hit it. Well, that seemed to work out quite well there for young McGinley. That is just brilliant. What a break for him. He knows it. A great shot. And he gets back to level for the day. -3. And a lovely little high 5, low 5, knuckle, whatever from Chris DeMarco there. Nice camaraderie between them. Quite chummy.
He's got a grand smile, McGinley, and here to Ryder Cup teammate, fellow Irishman. Second to this par 4 fourth. That's a chance.
There we see the second green. The figure of Sergio Garcia just bending over. Long, long putt. Pins on 42 yards. Probably got a 35-yard putt there.
Woods struggling today to turn the ball over from right to left. Needs another touch of that here to another left flag position. This time trying his luck with a 5-iron.
Got some movement in that one.
And a very fortunate Paul McGinley. Also a very fit looking McGinley with driver down 4. Got to take it over the right hand trap.
Seen many a player in there today. McGinley, one of Faldo's assistant captains for next year's Ryder Cup. Be at the start of playing his way onto the team.
Fantastic putt there from Garcia. Great speed. One of the hardest things to do when you convert from a short putter to a belly or long is control your distance putting. See it there, probably 4 feet left of par. He'll have looked at boards, he knows there's people scoring well.
Now Stricker to put the squeeze on a little bit. Squeeze will have to wait, but don't rule out Steve Stricker. Pushed Vijay Singh all the way in the 1998 USPGA Championship. Lost his form, lost his way a little bit, but is back with a vengeance.
Padraig. This is for birdie on 4 for 2 in a row. He's got it. Oh, goodness gracious me, it put on the handbrake. Thought that was there for all money.
Now back to the second. Garcia for par. This is imperative. First challenge of the day. You can see it perfectly there, dead straight. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That's so important for him to get off to that start. Well done, Sergio.
Off the tree.
That would be a tree wood then.
It'd give you a headache, this hole. Trying to pick the right club. Mind you, it's a lot easier, Sam, with the fact that they've had rain, so the ball doesn't run as far on the fairway. Take a look from up here, 358 yards. This is that big grassy mound in the middle of the fairway that Ken was talking about. 210 over that, 233 to those bunkers on the right, or you can take it 255 to this big area here and then have a short pitch in. Flag is 34 on, 5 off the right. When the fairways are a lot softer, it's not as difficult and no wind, but when they're firm, a lot to think about.
If it was me, I would tend to be more aggressive when the pin's back right. When the pin's on the front half of the green, then you lay back. But today, I would look at a 3-wood here, knock it right over everything.
And it's 55 yards wide, it is there over everything.
They've not seen this situation before. There's not much breeze. But whatever there is slightly behind. So you could have a go at it. It looks like it's a rescue club he's got there, not a 3-wood. So he's probably just playing in the middle of the 2 humps.
With a bit of breeze in the player's face and the fairway's just softened up. A bit easier to find the fairway.
Perfect from Stricker. Ken, has the wind changed back round to what it's been all week? Because this was downwind this morning.
Well, at the moment it's just, I would say, almost straight across from left to right, but we're talking of a zephyr. There really is nothing. Maybe a touch in the player's face, but it's next to nothing. This third tee is the highest point on the course, and if you're going to feel any breeze, it's going to be up there, but there's virtually none. But you know, if you miss this fairway, there's every chance you might take a 5 with a little jockey burn that runs in front of the green, so getting this right is vital.
happy twirl of the club, and it's absolutely fine. Stay out. Oh.
Woods trying to match the birdie of his playing partner Rich Beam, who's now got himself to 2 under. This might come a little right to left at the end.
Very rarely see that much emotion from Tiger. Knows he can't win this if he leaves putt short.
7 back with 9 to go. He's not used to things not coming at his command, such as his mental strength and ability.
Now Broadhurst, second to 5. Perfect tee shot. Not a big shot. Oh, that's magnificent. Magnificent shot from Broadhurst. 4-3-4-4 start, and he'll have that for another 3 and another birdie. That to get to 5 under.
Ben Curtis flying along today, 6 under for his round, the 2003 champion. This for a 64. It's a stunning round of golf from Ben Curtis. Often maligned as an Open champion, but he's validated that since, with victories in the US Tour, and what a way to finish this championship. Certainly the leader in the clubhouse. I'm sure will not win it, but can be very happy with his day's work and his week's work.
After that fine iron shot, Broadhurst. Oh, well done. Sneaks it in the right edge. Broady 5 under, 2 under for his round. There we have it. Sergio Garcia, even after 2, 9 under, 3 in front of Stricker. Richard Green is out on 7 under through 15 holes today. Broadhurst and Els also 5 under.
Ouch.
181 mile-an-hour ball speed. Tiger Woods gets the ball there. A Rich Beam in the middle of the fairway, who's got it past the big Tiger.
This is Richard Green in the bunker at 16. He's made a good 4 at 15. He's 7 under for the day, 5 under for the championship. And this is a very, very difficult shot, 16. Oh, he's played it magnificently. Oh, what a shot. Richard Green. Well, you know, he's 5 under for the championship, 4 behind, but he's only got 3 holes to play. Can he post a 5 or a 6 under total?
Choices on the 6th. Do we lay up? Do we have a go? The match ahead, Vijay Singh, he's taking the bunkers on. It'd be very wise if Paul Broadhurst probably just lays up short of the bunkers. Tiger did before him, and Goosen.
Well, he waits. Steve Stricker plays on the 3rd. This pin tucked up the back right corner. Oh, it's a glorious shot from Steve Stricker. And that putt, should he tap that in, will take him to 7. Sergio at the moment 9 under. It did look as if it was going to just trundle into a little seeded divot.
Yes, the good fortune is it's right in the centre of it, and it's a very flat divot. It's sort of not a nice shot though when you're going over a little bit of water. 127 yards, pin back right. So he's got to play it back a little bit in his stance and make sure he gets ball in turf. But you'd have to say there's no one better at it than him. Mustn't hit it heavy.
2 skips, yes, 2 skips and a check. And Garcia 4 feet from a birdie. Take another look at this. Sitting right in the middle of that divot. Just make sure you catch the ball first and done to perfection.
Andres Romero, this for his 3rd birdie of the day. This to get into a tie for 3rd. Well done, Andres Romero. Three under par today, lying 3rd. Great start.
Well, Paul Broadhurst has laid up short of the bunkers. Ernie's now out with this big square-headed driver. He's about to take them on. Out of bounds all the way down the left. Took 8 here yesterday. Come on, Ernie.
A club speed of 118 miles an hour. 145 the ball speed. Ball direction, crucially, on the fairway.
Tiger Woods has the 5 highest clubhead speed of the week, which is not really surprising, at 126 mile an hour and 185 mile an hour ball speed. So this is the actual ball flight of Tiger's drive, 180 mile an hour ball speed. And this is his 2nd into 10. There's an 8-iron from Tiger. I think he's starting to realise might be a little, or too little too late for his chances this week.
Not much on this, maybe a hair from left to right. Not far off dead straight if you're brave enough to hit it firm.
Stroking them well. There's a 4-shot lead, but that's only momentarily. Playing partner Stricker almost stone dead on the same green.
Paul McGinley for par on the 4th. Costly, costly. Everyone else seems to be heading in the right direction. McGinley back to 2 under for the championship. Steve Stricker here looking to get back within 3.
Oh, goodness me. It's a bit of a nervy twitch. Normally the strength of his game. Steve Stricker.
Well, they say every shot makes someone happy. Gives Garcia a 4-shot lead. 10 under par Garcia. 6 under par Stricker. First blemish for a couple of days for Stricker. He played magnificently yesterday for 64. He's now 4 behind. El Nino hits double figures.
Stuart Sink for birdie, birdie it is, and Stuart Sink gets his first of the day, moves him to 4 under. That's where the body of the chasing pack is at the moment, a few on 5, but Sergio stretching into the distance.
Richard Green made his par on 16, tee shot here on 17, a 3-wood, a little bit different today. It's been straight downwind the first 3 days. Saw a lot of irons and whatever off the tee. Only 1 birdie today so far on 17, Gregory Bordy.
Now Garcia, 4th tee. just see the bunker in the corner there, just above the winds. That's his line, straight over the top of that. Easy pin today, good drive, another birdie chance. He's in total control of this championship, Garcia. That's a magnificent drive. Absolute perfection. Turn round to the left there, you'll see the pin. Well, just in there on the right, but you can't really see it.
Well, of course, now with a 4-shot lead, everyone chasing Garcia's got to take a few risks. Bunker left at 270, just open mouth looking at you from this tee. Got to fade it. Stricker likes to draw it most of all.
Shorter certainly than Garcia, but safe. See the water still in that bunker there, just to the right of Stricker's ball. Working very hard to get the standing water out of the sand.
25 feet for Tiger on 10. That to stay 2 under, but 8 behind.
Well, Ernie's 260 yards away from the front edge of the green, the par 5/6. Needs to keep the ball down the left-hand side. That pin is cut 37 on 4 off the right. Doesn't want to lose this one to the right-hand side to give himself an awkward pitch.
Good shot there from Ernie, but a tricky pitch coming up.
Ernie short of the 6, but still with a chance of a chip and putt birdie, which he really needs to get, because with Sergio having gone to 10 under par, the chasing pack now needing something pretty spectacular. Ernie, who finished so brilliantly at Loch Lomond last week with that 64, we knew that he would be in contention this week. Richard Green, second into 17, the big Aussie left-hander, won in Austria just a month or so ago. Oh, come on. Is it going to run down? It is. Now, this could be interesting. Another birdie opportunity for Greenie. Oh, this is terrific for Richard Green. 7 under for his round so far. Another birdie opportunity now at 17. And, well, he's going to set the clubhouse target, one would think. He's 5 under. Alongside Andres Romero, this brilliant young Argentinian, Paul Broadhurst and Ernie Els. Steve Stricker, still Garcia's closest challenger, but the Spaniard now 4 shots clear after just 3 holes of this final round. And thankfully that appalling rain of this morning has finally gone, and we've got a reasonably pleasant afternoon at the moment. At least pleasant by the standards of this awful British summer. Marcus Breer of Austria. Been a terrific effort by Marcus. Has become a very solid player in the European Tour. He's at 1 under. And a 69 today from Mark Calcavecchia, the 1989 winner at Royal Troon.
And this man's course record, along with Colin Montgomery and Alan Tate, might be in a bit of danger. More pressing for Steve Stricker, though. He needs to put the pressure on Garcia. Oh, and does he? What a shot from Stricker. Absolutely glorious second shot to the 4th.
Won't miss that one. I was as surprised as anyone when he missed the one back on the third. Beautiful flowers out there, Ken.
Yes, not many bees about today, but hopefully they'll come out later on if the sun happens to come out. Garcia hits these in fairly low. 123, a little push forward with a pitching wedge.
Needed a little bit more from Garcia, but still has looked very solid from his opening tee shot.
Back to the 6th. Difficult one here, Paul.
It's a real difficult pitch shot this is for Ernie. Just didn't get his second shot far enough to the left. Now he's got the angle and the shoulder of these bunkers to come over. No room at all, but this is for an eagle. If this disappears, happy days.
Wonderful touch, iron strength, but hands of silk, Ernie Els. If he knocks that one in, well, within at the moment 4 of the young Spaniard.
It's earned over £2 million in this event alone. That's very, very good. He's about to make some more. Richard Green from Australia now to go to 8 under for his round. Temporarily ties Steve Stricker at 6 under. Hold up. Done it. Go Greenie. Wayne Riley's tasted success here at Carnoustie. Jack Newton almost did, lost in a playoff in 1975. Is it Richard Green's turn? 4 for a course record.
I think just a very slight movement from right to left, but up the hill, and the greens are just perfect. A little bit of moisture on them to help the ball cling to it.
Well, Woods is not throwing caution to the wind. He's left himself quite a long shot in here, 186 yards with a 6 iron. Might be a pin he can get close to, but alas, not.
Stricker to tap in for birdie to get to 7 under. The lead is back to 3. Garcia 10 under. Stricker 7. And incredibly, Richard Green on the 18th tee. 6 under par. 8 under today. Round of his life.
Now, the claw grip of Chris DeMarco. He rolls them in time and time again, and does so in the final round of majors more often than others.
Richard Green is now facing the biggest tee shot of his life. I won't say young life. He's a veteran. The 18th hole, the hardest hole this week, 499 yards, although the tees are up a little bit. 210 yards to carry the burn here in front of them. Avoid these bunkers on the right. 306 yards there to the bunkers, the first bunkers. And then second shot over the Barry burn, 20 yards from the front, or from the burn to the front of the green, and the flag today 25 on and 5 off the right. Just pick your target Focus on making a good swing and trust yourself. He does drive the ball well. Hold on, hold on. Ooh, we've seen a lot of players in there this week, and they've just had to pitch it out and lay up.
That's not bad, Wayne. It
It's
could have
dry.
been worse. Could have been water. Could have been OB. The worst he'll make from that position is 5. So we go back to the 5th.
Breathless, not a breath of wind out. Bunkers left and right. The one on the left actually has got quite a lot of water in it. You don't want to find that front portion of that.
That's an aggressive play, Ken. He's gone with driver, and he's played it absolutely beautifully. Took everything out of play, carried all the traps. Just that little bit of...
I think it's just telling you how long the course is playing and how soft it is. It just makes the fairways play a little wider.
Well, Tiger is just contemplating the watery grave that his ball has found in the bunker on the right of 11th, and David Bonser from the RNA is there with him. He doesn't have to drop it, but he is entitled to drop it, but that will be where there is no water, and it'll probably be on a downslope.
So back to the 5th and the 3-wood of Garcia. Certainly not his driver. And there's a rather concerned lean again. Oh my goodness. What a stance that is going to be. Looks like Andy North, former US Open champion, twice a winner of that major.
Well, we've seen 2 today, Andrew. We saw one on the first from Mike Weir. Would have been perfect for a right-hander, and he had to play an impossible shot, played a great one. And now you've got Sergio in exactly the opposite position, a perfect lie for a left-hander, but dead as a right-hander. Now this is Tiger. Not sure if he has taken relief. Can't tell if this is that watery lie we saw a little while ago, but...
Yes, and it's quite an advantageous drop because he got to come out slightly on the upslope, has to take full relief. He's not got a good record this week out of greenside bunkers, only got up and down once out of 7 goes.
So I assume that was the nearest point, Maureen.
Yes, it was his nearest point.
Well, I think we've seen the end of Tiger's challenge. That'll be for bogey. Take him back to level par for the day.
Ernie Els to get to 6 under par. Paul Broadhurst has made his par play with Ernie Els, and can you hear the big footsteps of Ernie behind you, Sergio? 4 behind now, but he's one of those players who will not wilt in the heat of battle. He can make a move. The sea looks so benign, the North Sea. Wonderful scoring conditions, and Andres Romero, one of those taking advantage of it. A little earlier at the par 3 8th, and another one to the Argentinian golfer. He put together a remarkable run of scoring at Loch Lomond last year. He's not doing too badly today.
Take a look at the leaderboard. Garcia 10 under par, 3 in front of Stricker, and then 4 in front of Richard Green, Andres Romero and Ernie Els. Second shot now. Richard Green, I would imagine, can't see from here, but imagine it's just a layup. Yeah, that's good. Good angle to give himself a chance up and down for a round of 63, low round of the championship, course record, and lowest round of the ever in the Open, or equal or lowest round ever in the Open Championship.
Ken, what do you make of this?
Well, you can get all sorts of trouble here if you get a tall, aggressive. This is for a conservative play here. Even if he just wants to wedge it forward, he could easily hit in the little stream that runs ahead of him about 30 yards. Yeah, I think he's just going to try and chip it out sideways. Really, it's his only play without taking a huge risk. No way you can stand to the ball at all. If you have the ball that far above your feet, you're going to miss-hit it somehow or other.
There's no time to be heroic. Just get it in the fairway. Take your lumps. Then go on from there.
155 yards for Ernie off an upslope here, but he's got a nice lie. And this is a generous pin on the left-hand side today. Ernie's looking right down it.
He'll give himself 6 out of 10 for that.
$154 yards. 9-iron, pin on that little back ledge. It's only 4 yards deep. Can use a slope behind the flag if he wants to.
Well, correct weight, but mistake off the tee. Most likely a bogey 5. First blemish today for Garcia.
Now Richard Green, third shot to 18. Up and down with a chance of winning the Open. Good strike, good rhythm. He's watching it. Oh, and it's magnificent. Stay. Ooh, that delayed reaction. He's got about 15-footer up the green there for par. That'll be a tough one to hold, almost like Ben Curtis when he won at St George's. He held about a 12-15-footer in the last green for par. Probably at the time thought it was to get second place. And then Thomas Bjorn had a disaster on 16. It ended up to be to win the championship. Very similar situation for Green here. What a day. 8 under par today. Let's have a look at his card. Look at that, just magnificent. 6 birdies, 1 eagle, no bogeys, no 5s, just 4s, 3s and 2s. Wonderful, wonderful round of golf. And he's played through the worst of the weather. They should be standing up there, giving him a standing ovation for this round. Lovely guy, Richard Green. Used to play Robin Hood.
Only one other tournament win. That's the Australian Masters to add to that list there for Green.
Stricker after that towering drive down the 5th. Garcia in a bit of bother. And Stricker may be in bother in a moment. That's a loose shot from that distance, and that's what he has to play with now.
Padraig, birdie putt on 6 to go to 5 under. Turn, baby. Yes. All of a sudden, it was very bunched. Garcia is still 3 in front. Most of other players at 6 and 5, 4 under.
Brody. exactly pin high.
Unmistakably an Open Championship site with thousands of spectators lining the fairways come rain or shine, and this has been one of the great rounds in Open Championship golf. No player has shot lower than 63, and no player in this course has ever shot lower than 64, and this is for a 63 for the tall, elegant left-hander from Australia. We're 3 hours before Sergio Garcia and friends finish. This may yet be to win the Open Championship. Early days, but a big moment. Hold your line. Slips by and possibly chances slip away. But still a remarkable round of golf. And he will wait before finishing that round.
It's an awful little lie there for Stricker, but a terrible shot out of the middle of the fairway. It's third. May have to try and use the back part of the green up the slope. Use it to feed back to the hole. And done that nicely.
Broadhurst for birdie, just to get to 6 under on 7. Just to join Richard Green. Oh, so close. I tell you, Ernie Els is playing partner par that hole. So great start from Broadhurst and Els. 2 under Broadhurst today, 5 under total. 3 under Els, 6 under total. Great golf, and right in the thick of it.
Just the first signs of frailty from Sergio Garcia on the 5th. For his par, and it's not his par, it is in fact his first bogey since the 11th hole in the second round. A remarkable run of golf. It comes to an end, but if he keeps other bogeys off his card, he'll be fine today. Just a slip, merely a stumble perhaps on the way to the claret jug.
The lead is back to 2 for a moment anyway. Stricker has 12 or 14 feet left for his par 4.
Now Richard Green tapping in for 64, equals the course record on the last day of the Open at Carnoustie. Can't be a bad day. Will he rue that birdie in a 3 or 4 hours time? His playing partner Jerry Kelly, he was 76. What a day for Richard Green. Who knows? It could be good enough. Tough weather out there looking. It's getting very dark in the distance.
Steve Stricker, can he take advantage of Garcia's stumble? No, he too slips, and they both slip a little bit closer to the chasing pack. As you can see now, that threesome of Andres Romero, Ernie Els, and now Steve Stricker on 6 under, 3 behind Garcia. His lead is as it was at the start of the round. And Richard Green with a huge leap through the field, 64 today, 7 under, equaling the course record. What a round from Richard Green.
So as you say, Andrew, that is magnificent from Richard Green. Now there are at least 3 hours to go before Sergio Garcia will be holing out on the 18th. So what will happen between now and then, and how costly was that drive on the final hole for Richard Green? Stuart Sink, though, failing to take advantage. poor second shot. So the gap is still 3 between Stricker, Andres Romero and Ernie Els, all on 6 under, and our leader Sergio Garcia. So he's level par for his round so far through 5 holes. Now Garcia needs to settle himself, and what a place to try and settle yourself. Here we are on Hogan's Alley.
There are certain moments in a round of golf and certain moments here in a round at Carnoustie where you have to produce a very, very big shot indeed, and staring down Hogan's Alley is one of them. Little toads and out of bounds down the left. Anxious moments, but fine by a few yards, and now staring at a possible birdie. See the ball carry of Sergio Garcia there, 280 yards. That's a decent swipe in these conditions. And yesterday, as the comparison, Steve Stricker, ball speed 163 miles an hour, Garcia 177, and the different trajectories as well. Both stayed above sand. Coming from very different club head speeds, but the distance, well, not a huge margin between them. Those are the exact ball flights of the two. Garcia's club head speed is about 122 miles an hour, Steve Stricker 111, but because of the different spins they put on the ball, the distances are not so far apart.
This is DeMarco. This is for birdie. Absolutely. Chris DeMarco goes to 5 under. 3 birdies, 1 bogey today.
He's got an amazing major championship record. He's lost in the playoff in the PGA. He's finished 2nd in the Masters to Tiger, 2nd in the Open to Tiger. Under Mohan. 17, birdie putt to go 4 under. Done it. Oh. Birdie up the last to tie Richard Green, leader in the clubhouse. Winner just recently at Hartford in a playoff.
Low scores round Carnoustie, who'd have thought it? But it is a benign course at the moment. Take away the wind, you take away the teeth. As we look down on the par 5-6 and look down at the bottom of your screen, you'll see the alphabetical scores ticking through.
Interesting spot here, lads. Stricker's found a little downslope and he's only about 6 yards from the bunker, so it's not easier. He's got to make sure he gets it out quick enough and doesn't drill it into the bunker face. So he'll have to lay quite a long way back, or a little further than he would like. You can see him just having a look just to make sure he's going to get the ball up quick enough.
Just had a wee note in about the course records here in the Open. Jack Newton 65 when the course was 7,065 yards, par 72. The other ones, Colin Montgomery 64 in the 95 Scottish Open, and Alan Tate in the 94 Scottish Deal Express at 7,187 yards, par 72. But Steve Stricker 64 and Richard Green 64, the course 7,400 yards and a par 71.
Tiger Woods on the 12th, and this for a par. Bunker troubles on the 11th. No putter problems on 12, but a spent force in this championship.
Well, it's not much loft on this club. He's got it up okay.
He just clipped the top of it. Ken heard the double hit sound and creeps across the nastiness. And that's a tight third shot coming up.
Wayne Grady's taking a wee rest, and we've been joined by Mark James. Welcome back, Mark.
Thank you, Sam. I'm enjoying this. Rushed my lunch to come back and watch. And Sergio's got off to a reasonable start.
189 yards left. Green just about in range. Doesn't want to miss this flag on the right. Long and left okay. Short and right's going to be tricky.
You heard him shouting, "Go there, get in the bunker." That's a difficult one. 289 yards to go was a tough ask.
Tough ask indeed, Sam. Well, as we look down now, much better conditions, and really the scoring is quite superb. Ben Curtis with a 65, former champion from 2003, and Richard Green in the last 10 minutes in with a 64. Ernie Els making a real run today. 3 under so far here on the 8th. Here on the 8th. Oh. Hunter Mahan, a very impressive display from him today. That was for a birdie, but he taps in for a 4. He's home in 31 and also a round of 65. So Mahan proving his worth over the links with rounds of 69 and 65 on the weekend. Very impressive after opening rounds of 73s. So he's right in there, tied for 9th at the moment. Started the day on 2 under, finishes 4 under. Very impressive. Well done, Brody. He's in the company of Ernie Els today. Paul Broadhurst taps in for that par. Well, it was more than a tap in, wasn't it? But he remains 2 under for his round, 5 under for the tournament. Tiger Woods on 13.
Get in the hole.
Great par 3 here. And that was a 6 iron, believe it or not. How good was that? Well, he's not going to give up. 176 yards, that par 3. It was a very impressive tee shot from the world's number 1. Huge galleries here today. Over 120,000 have been here over the 4 days of the championship proper. Plenty here on Tuesday and Wednesday as well, so they've been treated to a feast of good golf on a wonderfully presented golf course. Shame about some of the weather conditions, but much better now as we go to the leader. Sergio Garcia there in 2 on Hogan's Alley, the par 5. So just a minor slip off the tee on the previous hole, drops a shot.
Well, both Stricker and Garcia have put the ball in exactly the wrong place up the right in this par 5 6th. Banks right of the pin, throwing the ball left. Best bet maybe to just aim it left of the pin, try and put left to right spin on it and hold it fairly close. It's not easy. Stricker probably the easiest shot.
Yes, if you get it 12 feet pin high left, and they've done pretty well. Oh, magic, absolutely magic.
Wonderful shot from Stricker there. A lot easier shot than Garcia. He was probably 70-80 yards. He can hit it pretty firm, get some spin off it. It was on the fairway. Sergio's in the rough. No green to work with, but he is a genius.
Mustn't get cute, must he, Sam? The one thing he mustn't do here is lob it in the bunker and make 6.
Up ahead on the 9th tee, Ernie Els. Hunting down Garcia.
In the rough, he's got to lob it up. They're good at getting a lot of spin on these little shots, but this will test him. Looks to be lying well. Opening the blade. He's going to whip the club head under the ball, send it hurtling upwards. Just hope it lands pretty soft.
Softly. Softly.
Magnificent shot. Those are 2 shots of the highest order from Stricker and Garcia. Brilliant.
Now Tiger, this for birdie. Boy, does he need it. Par 5 next, so well done. So Tiger goes to 2 under par. Still back in the pack, but 5 holes to play. Can he make 5 birdies?
Andres Romero on the 10th, coming off the back of a bogey on the 9th. Was the one ugly scar to an otherwise scintillating front 9. He's back on track. We're living just a few houses away from Angel Cabrera. I think Andres Romero is staying in the vicinity as well, and they were playing football on the green just outside our house a couple of nights ago. Angel Cabrera looked quite useful for a big lad.
Awkward little putt. This is just on the crest of a hill. It's pretty sharp downhill, about a foot in front of his ball. An awkward putt. Quite quick.
Well, that stroke was not the same as all the others. Clubhead went inside, moved it. Instead of moving it with his hands, he moved it with his shoulders. Twisted it inside.
Big putt coming up, Mark.
Huge, Sam. Absolutely huge. He'll be feeling it right now. He has to steady himself.
And because of where the cup is cut, it's in a little valley here where the actual bottom of the cup is. He's going to get his caddy to perhaps have a look at this one. It's a tricky one because it actually breaks a bit more. The one down the hill. Up the hill, maybe a little from left to right, not much, but tricky.
Biggest shot of the week so far for Garcia. That's for par. Well done, well done. It wiped his feet, but it went in.
That stroke was all right. Good putt.
Now Romero after that second into the 10th. Can he get this putter firing again? Yes, he can. And Romero moves back to 6 under par with his 5th birdie of the day. And back into that chasing peloton. Romero, Els and Stricker.
Here is Stricker for his birdie. So we'll get him within 2 of Garcia. Oh my God, that's another bullet. He ripped one past at the 3rd from about 2 feet for birdie. My goodness, there's Hitting them in firm is one thing, but
Just can't see from the TV. It's such an awkward cut position where they put it, just in the base of this little valley. Lots of little slopes.
To go for Ernie. Can he find this green? Unfortunately, Paul Broadhurst in the front right-hand bunker.
That was a good swing there from Ernie. That's a beautiful shot. 217 yards roundabout there. Beautiful shot from Ernie. Second spot, 6 under.
Paul McGinley, who unfortunately has been heading in the wrong direction. That was for a bogey. And a double awaits on the 7th. That'll take him back to level par for the championship.
And a solidly struck 7-iron has left Padraig Harrington this opportunity for birdie on 8.
He'll be annoyed with that. He knows he needs birdies. He's got to get the ball there, really. Back to Stricker, 7th fairway. Big chances missed at the last green for these boys. That's a perfect tee shot. The water's still lying around. It's not raining at the moment, but it's got blacker. The forecast's not bad.
Garcia, long iron. She struck magnificently yesterday. Two iron, 1 iron, 2 irons I always thought were great clubs for seaside golf. Ball runs a mile when you hit it low and chasing, and that's what this man does beautifully. Well down the grip. Look at the club sticking up above his left hand there. A wee bit right. It's a wee bit right. Oops, that's okay. No great problem there. Not ideal. Pins on 17 on 5 from the left, so not ideal position in the rough. But he doesn't need birdies yet. Just pars.
Well, Ernie's played beautifully so far, hit all the greens. Can he roll this in for his 4th birdie of the 9?
To get within 2 of Garcia. Crone, and another hole passes by. But he's within 3 at the turn. "33 blows to the turn for Ernie Els. Birdies on 2, 3 and 6. His juices will be flowing at the moment, knowing he's in with a chance.
The 7th flag today has cut 7 on 5 from this left-hand side, but doesn't really tell you the whole story. It's just cut behind a little bank here, and this whole area of greens tilts from left to right as the players are playing it. So to get close, you've got to come quite tight to the edge of the green. It's easy to hit on this bank here and kick the ball to the left. And if you miss down this little area here, awkward to get down in 2. So quite a tricky pin. And with this slope, also very easy to get up an awkward putt. So it looks easy from the fairway, but it's quite tricky when you get up on the green.
So close so many times, Sergio Garcia. 11 times he's finished inside the top 10 at majors. I saw nerves in the last, but those shackles of the nearly man must be weighing him down. But his lead is still what it was at the start.
Second shot on 14, Tiger, par 5. He needs an eagle here and some birdies. And even that may not be enough. It's not great because he'd have been taking dead aim at the pin there. Pushed it a good 15 yards. I think time may have run out for the Tiger.
It's Retief Goosen, this for birdie on 18. Level par today. His partner Westwood shot 74. Disappointing day for him, 3 over, finish +4. And Goosen will have that for +1 total, even today.
And this for par for Paul Broadhurst on the 9th, playing with Ernie Els.
Easy tap in for Goose. Yeah, 71, 3 birdies, 3 bogeys.
You can lie here, little hang.
Ken breaking up a bit.
Oh, sit down, sit down.
He wants it to sit. It's flown. Well, I don't think he got a fire flyer. We haven't seen too many misjudgments on flyers this week. The grooves they have these days usually cut through even tough seaside fescues. The pressure is intense now on Garcia. He's got a 3-shot lead, but there's a long, long way to go. And he'll be feeling it.
He plays in such an animated fashion. I was just wondering his 2 former Ryder Cup captains, because he's always so up in that. It's a different kind of contest. You need a calmer head in the final round of a major.
Not having been there, I don't know, but I would imagine he definitely needs to calm down a wee bit.
Perfect spot to attack the flag, 141 yards, wind into his face. He got frightened of overdrawing it, and does what so many people who just push it out to the right. And the wind is just freshening a fraction.
Anything else on the 10th tee? Now here's one cool head. Been there, done it.
I think that was 3 wood, Mark. Just laying up short of the traps.
Playing a lot shorter, number 10, isn't it? As the grass and trees start to flutter a wee bit, we move to Andres Romero.
Bring him to a halt down in the soggy sand.
There's the blimp view of the 7th green on the right. 8th tee just to the right of it. The 13th tee there just disappearing on the right. You're saying Garcia needs a cooler head than in Ryder Cup, Sam?
I think he needs to just calm down a wee bit just now. Just take things in his stride. Play an even keel, not get the highs and the lows, and just churn out some pars, 4 or 5 holes, and take it away down the stretch. It's very excitable, you know. He's fantastic in Ryder Cup. It's match play. It's.
I think he's also had a few shots that make him excitable. He's had one on the edge of a bunker. He's had a nasty short putt he hit 4 foot past. He's had a flying lie just then, which he misjudged. It's all adding up.
Now DeMarco. bogey putt on 8. He's been in some trouble. Maybe I've been OB. That's going to be a double for Chris DeMarco. That's going to drop him back to level for the day and -3. It's a big mistake from DeMarco.
Mistake with the second shot from Romero on the 11th. He's done very, very well indeed all the way. Romero! What a recovery and what a charge from Andres Romero. Back-to-back birdies. His 6th of the day, and Andres Romero 7 under and 2 shy of Garcia.
And here is Garcia. Ken?
No, we didn't hear any cheers out this end of the course, no, none at all. It's quiet as a mouse.
What sort of chip is he?
Well, it's an awkward little one, down slope. He's going to better fly it to the green. He's going to have to pitch it in the fringe and it'll kick dead left on him. Oh, fluffed it. No, it's done well. He caught a little bit behind. It was never high enough to the right. But he definitely caught grass before ball.
Well, unless he holds that, his lead is down to 1. Is Tiger out of it? Well, he's got this to go 4 under. It's a huge putt, though. Oh, that's a great effort. Back-to-back birdies. It's to 3 under.
Well, he's starting to open the door, Garcia. No one's charging through it yet. Little up the hill, this one, quite slow. Left himself a tricky one there.
.86 yards to go for Ernie. The wind just freshening off his right-hand side and behind him.
Oh, yes. There you go, Ernie. Good ball.
Hasn't wasted much time looking at this one. And his chipping's normally been so marvellous, he's never had to hold this sort of length putt too often to save his pars after missing the greens. A double break of this one, probably.
So well, there we have it. Andres Romero 1 shot behind. Garcia now only leads by 1. 4 cleared 20 minutes ago. Now it's cut to 1 and we're not even at the turn. What a day ahead of us. Some incredible golf. And now Richard Green in the clubhouse, only 3 behind. That tough Carnoustie finish to come. Anything can happen.
This is Romero, looking to make it 2 from 3 for Argentina from major championships this year. This is this mighty par 4 12th. And Romero is one of the longer hitters on tour. There might be a fair bit of adrenaline pumping now.
Smattering of applause. That's perfect. You have to remember the back 9 is playing slightly easier today because of the change in direction of the wind. So once he's through 12, he's downwind virtually to the end. Apart from 17, he can really post a good number.
Well, Stricker ripped that first putt, and now there's a nasty downhill return. Oh, but it's well stroked. Keeps him 2 behind the leader. Garcia still leads by 1. 8 under Romero, only 1 behind now. Elson Stricker 6. Richard Green with that beautiful 64. Hunter Mann 65. Harrington still in there. Broadhurst sink. Ben Curtis finished 65 also. Some birdies being thrown around at this course. Woods just on the next page. But it's Garcia who's got to lose it or win it. Marcus Breer doing well, brilliant for him. DeMarco just made double.
Back to the 8th, Steve Stricker with the honour. I think 191 yards today. Looking anxiously, touch right maybe. Not that much. That's it. That's the sit, there's a big, that's gone. That will not be easy. Half a club too much for Stricker.
The wind just freshening up there, and almost straight behind this green. There's always a firmer one. You saw how that one skidded on. Pinned back left. 4 yards beyond, or 4 yards to the left, you're in the bunker. So middle of the green's a good shout. I don't think it'll be any more than an 8 iron for Sergio. Well, not a big one of those.
Ken, the wind looks as though it's just got up quite a bit. Does it feel any different out there?
Oh yeah, it's substantially. Just picked up on the 7th fairway, freshening. Oh.
It's not done too badly.
Just been given a wee note. It says the average for the front 9 today is 37.25. The average for the back 9 is 35.56. So over par in the front 9 is the average, and under par in the back 9 is the average. First time this week that's happened.
What else would go for a lengthy putt to drop? Still time. Dark old clouds behind Ernie there.
Padraig Harrington, this is the 9th green, this for birdie. This would take him to within 2 of Sergio. Oh, well done. Yep. He wants to come into the race. He's timing it perfectly.
This is Broadhurst for par. 10th green. Well done, Brody. He stays 4 under, well in touch, 4 behind, 8 to play for him. That's a great birdie by Harrington, just going about his job. 3 under, 6 under total. Conditions looking better. There's the alphabeticals underneath. Catch your favourite player. If you don't see it there, go to bbc.co.uk. Get all the info you want.
Harrington.
Are you featured on that webpage, Sam? I've heard you mention it a couple of times. Is there a Sam Torrance phone-in competition?
Just looking after the public, Jess, that's where all the info is. And another fantastic drive from Harrington there.
It sounds as if he's got a bit of support out there, Harrington.
Thank you.
Just a few Irish fans.
Back into the wind at the 11th. Ernie's got the driver out, got to try and carry the bunkers at 271 yards down the fairway.
He's got this new square-headed driver, Ernie, that's supposed to go straighter, and he's just given it an absolute rip. Which, when a driver that you know goes straighter, you can actually hit it a bit harder. And he's really enjoying it.
Now the charging man, Andres Romero. Long way out from the 12th green, and a long way right. Now, if that's bounced right off the marshal or right off that bank, Andres Romero is in serious trouble.
Judging by the way he's looking under, he's peering in there under the bushes. This is not good for Andres. It's hit that bank this side of the marshal, and it's jumped straight right, and looks like it's right in the edge of the bushes. He's having a wee giggle. He thinks it's funny.
Little back foot chip and run. Very fortunate to stop here. That's two very iffy chips in a row, and he's hardly hit any of those all week.
This is a crisis point for Garcia, there's no doubt about it. You expect things not to go your way at some point in a final round when you're leading. But he's just hitting poor shots and poor chips. Too many loose shots. He's simply not playing like he played for 3 days, and that's what'll worry him. He's relying on his putting and he's not holding much.
If he doesn't hold this mark, he's going to go 2 over for the day. You know, whenever most of the other people in contention are shooting under par.
It's the big difference, isn't it? And he's got 9 and 10 to come, which are not easy par 4s.
Come on, Sergio. Time to regroup. Good stroke here. Now this can turn it all round for him in both directions.
Little from left to right, drifts towards the back of the green.
Not going his way. 2 over. And now Andres Romero, who we think might be in a wee bush at the 12th, is tied for the lead. It's really tightening up now.
Yeah, now there are players really stacked up behind him as well. The pressure, the squeeze isn't coming from Steve Stricker, it's coming from other parts of the course. Andres Romero in a bit of trouble at the 12th, but every roar that Garcia hears rolling across the course will unnerve him, unsettle him. Gary Evans is down with Andres Romero in a bit of trouble, Gary.
Yeah, apparently the ball is in the bush. We're having trouble identifying it because it's quite a long way in. And trust me, this bush is very sharp as well.
Stricker for par. The problem with Romero's ball there, I don't think, if he's in that bush, I don't think he can get out within 2 club lengths. He's either going to have to take it over the back of it or back to where he started from. So this is...
Well, we've got to find this ball. That's the problem. Everyone's seen it go in, but we have to find it. We have to be able to identify it before he can take relief. So, got to get the job done here.
Oddly, the last time I saw a search like this, we were looking for Gary Evans' ball at Muirfield.
Oh, thank you for the reminder, Jesse. That's very kind of you.
It's all right, Gary. You followed it up with a wonderful 3 with your second ball.
That was one of your finest moments, Gary.
And a lovely wee thank you to your ma as you're coming off the green. I remember, I was there.
I wasn't.
This man is joint leader of the Open Championship on the final day.
Difficult to win from the winds.
So I'm saying, even if they identify it, it's the penalty drop. Where do you get nearer? That's not nearer the hole. The option may well be to go back.
I would imagine he goes straight over towards that scoreboard at the 8th green there and have a 90-yard sand wedge in. Would be the only way he can drop it. He can't get 2 club lengths without going nearer the hole. Two things. Path there they're walking through. I don't think he'll go there. He's going to try here, Gary. Can he get out?
Sorry, Sam. We're just about 1.5 feet into the bush. He's going to try and take 2 club lengths. Now we've got an artificial cart path here. I don't know whether he can play off that or not, to be quite honest.
Well, I think he probably has to drop it first within the 2 club lengths, probably onto the path, and then take relief. Ian Pattinson?
Yes, he'll need to take the unplayable drop under penalty of 1, and then if it finishes up on this artificial path, he would then be entitled to a free drop.
Thank you, Ian. And as we can see, he may have a shot after a drop. Garcia.
Stricker has hit his tee shot right down the middle. Can Garcia thread it past the right-hand bunkers? Right in play today.
Well, that was a good break from Sergio there. Just come out of the thick stuff. He needs to regrip.
Well, a monster drive of 315 yards for Ernie leaves him 77, just a flick into the screen.
Oh!
Let's give himself another chance. That's all he can do. Give himself birdie putts and hope that a few of them drop. And with the way things are going, he has a great chance.
Tenth hole, Harrington's second shot, beautiful tee shot. Pin here, tucked left. Oh, he's duffed it, must have duffed it. And it's clawed its way close to the front edge. It's not too bad. I think I know where he's going. We might want to cut away. The 2 things will give him trouble. If he can't take a 2 club length drop, he'll have to go way back towards that scoreboard, and that brings up 2 problems. Firstly, the pin is cut that side of the green, he'll have trouble stopping it. And secondly, it'll be very, very difficult for him to pace off a yardage because there's so many bushes.
Big left to right approach putt for Padraig Harrington here. And that's skated on past.
Well, I wonder how Richard Green's doing sitting in the clubhouse. He'd be pretty excited.
I can't quite understand this. He could have got this relief onto this path. He definitely had an opportunity to do this. The R&A official kept pushing the club back, and it didn't look like he had much of a backswing, so he's looking for another place to drop the ball. He's walking back towards the 8th green, I believe.
Spectators look as confused as he is. As Mark was saying, that's the shot he's got over the gorse bushes. Short-sided with very little green to play with. The other option is to go all the way back to play from where you played your last shot, but that's not going to be taken. Tiger on the 16th.
Long iron playing 250 odd yards today. The pin 29 on, close to the right hand side. Well, not that close to the right hand side actually. I think they may have moved that since we got the pin positioned. It hit soft into that bank.
.223 yards for Steve Stricker. Ball's releases at the front of this green.
moment this is for Padraig Harrington. He's been creeping up behind the leaders. And just one adrift at the moment. Listen for the roar. And there it is. Another putt drops for Padraig Harrington. This one for par, but no less valuable. Still just one behind Garcia and one behind Romero.
Here is Garcia. I heard Ken say, good lie, 190 odd yards. Good entry to the pin from that side. And it's, well, it's okay. Nothing special by his standards.
He needs to stop the bleeding, Mark. 3 bogeys in the last 4. Good solid 2-putt par here. And then get into the back 9.
Up ahead from Harrington, Ernie Els to tie the lead. His inform is swinging well, his eye is in.
Romero is dropping right of the 8th green. He's leaving himself about 70 yards now. He's going to be blinded with his 3rd shot.
That's where he was, that bush. That's if we can swoop down. Can the angle swoop down? I don't know. Oh yeah, you'll see it's blind, but that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem, I think, will be the lack of a yardage. All pros get so used to having an exact yardage.
Well, what we've got here, Mark, now is a bit of a logjam because Romero didn't allow the game behind them through, which is VJ, and now we've got Ernie back on the tee waiting.
It's interesting to halt the momentum of Ernie Els because he's just moving along serenely. Can't do anything about it, but he's probably sent his caddy off to march straight through the gorse bush to try and get a yardage.
You see it, Romero and Garcia. And in the clubhouse, Richard Green at -5.
Well, I'd never thought -5 would have a chance, but what's going on, you never know. The wind's got up, players are feeling the pressure. This course is starting to bite them.
And they've still, Mark, got 15, 16, 17, 18 to play, no matter what way the wind is. They're not easy.
Exactly right, Sam. They're not easy, especially when your hands are shaking and your knees are wobbling. Well, the one thing you mustn't do here is not hit it hard enough, so I think there's every chance we'll see it 20, 30 yards past the pin. This type of shot, you tend to just give it a bit more digger impact to make sure it gets there, and nearly always goes strong.
So 4th shot, Romero, tied for the lead, 12th hole, last round. It's a perfect strike. He knows the line. Exactly as Mark James called it, with a bit more spin there. So he's that for a bogey. Otherwise he's going to go back to -5.
Just one loose shot can cost you a major, cost you an Open Championship.
It wasn't that bad, was it, Andrew? We saw it hit that bank about 10 yards left of the bushes. Took it back to Stricker for birdie on 9. That's the tie to lead. More realistically, 2 putts. Not too bad, 4 feet for par.
Still Ernie waits, but now time to steady the good ship Garcia.
Just a little film of moisture on this green, a little soggy at the front than some of the others, so perhaps a fraction slower.
do a par following bogeys at 5, 7 and 8. I wonder how aware he is of the exact situation out there. I know a lot of players are scoreboard watchers. You can hear the noise around the course, certainly.
There's so many scoreboards around the course, I would think he'd know exactly what's going on. What about you, Sam?
Oh, 100%. He'll know exactly what the score is, and more importantly, he knows what his score is.
Yeah.
That's a good solid par for Sergio. Stops the bleeding out in 38, 2 over, -7. He's leading again because Romero can't make par.
Big ask for a bogey, this. He's walking straight after it.
Just a few yards to the right and a cruel kick, and Andres Romero comes undone at the 12th. Suddenly Garcia's in front once more. Only by 1, but Romero slips back into the pack.
Well, that's the third one Stricker's missed. Yesterday he just had to wave his putter in the direction of the ball and it disappeared into the ground. Today it's virtually impossible for him. 3 times he's missed from certainly under 3.5 feet, if not shorter. Quite incredible. He slips 2 behind Garcia. Well, you get the feeling that they simply want to hand the trophy to Garcia.
Well,
will he accept it?
Els and Harrington suddenly are looking the more likely challengers.
They'll probably be more difficult to dislodge.
There's a great deal of barely suppressed excitement out here. 8 iron now for Harrington, pin on the back right.
He is so ready, Padraig. You look in his eye there, the glint. He's so ready for this.
Fantastic golf from Padraig Harrington. Irish eyes are smiling at the moment. This is getting very, very exciting. So Sergio Garcia at this present moment in time leading by just 1 shot, but Ernie Els, Padraig Harrington really biting at his heels.
Well, he has the big stick in his hands and all that danger that Ken explained awaits. But he's driven the ball well this week, very well.
I would have thought 3 wood would be perfect, Andrew. I mean, 250 to carry those bunkers, 290 into the far one, 3 wood's perfect.
Doesn't help when 330 from Edinburgh is thundering past to Aberdeen.
Sergio Garcia, a pressure drive. Got to find the fairway.
They know anything but a golf shot. Garcia's thundering down the middle, which he is. 178 miles an hour off the face. 287-yard carry, but most importantly, it's in the middle of the fairway.
2 bunkers to avoid for Ernie down the right hand side, blind fairway down the left, 289 yards to the bunkers.
That's as good as it gets from Els. Swinging beautifully straight down the middle. What a finish we've got coming up here. I'd like to have seen Sergio walk away with it, but this is much more exciting.
The rain started to fall here. A little bit of draft out of the right-hand side. Furyk, wonderful shot in there to about 15 feet. Can Andreas pop one in inside him?
Furyk's a couple over for the day, even for the championship. And that would get Romero back to 6. Nice comeback after the 12th. Unfazed.
And Padraig Harrington, made by that stunning second shot, lobs away the ball that provided the birdie, and he's tied for the lead with Sergio Garcia.
This is a major move for Padraig Harrington. He's now 4 under for his round. Birdies on the 3rd, on the 6th, on the 9th, and now on the 11th. So 4 under, 7 under in total. Tied with Sergio Garcia, who is on the 10th, and Ernie Els just 1 behind. 3 under for his round, and just playing the 12th hole as we speak. So as he walks up towards his ball in the fairway, we can look back at Sergio Garcia, the joint leader, having another break. Something was
very diplomatic, Kenneth. Stuart Sink for birdie on 11. This to get to 4 under. And he's climbing back into it. Up level, birdie, part 10, birdie at 11. He's 4 under, he's only 3 behind. And what a target Richard Green has set in the clubhouse.
Playing with Angel Cabrera, Zach Johnson, the 2 major champions of this season so far, but that was for par for Zach Johnson. And Zach Johnson finishes his Open Championship campaign with a 1 under par 70, level par for the championship. Angel Cabrera with a 74, 3 over for the championship.
There we see it, Harrington and Garcia, top of the leaderboard, 7 under, 1 ahead of Ernie Els. Richard Green with that fantastic score in the clubhouse at -5. Couple hours play left, and my God, is it going to be exciting.
Well, Harrington's had a long apprenticeship. He would be a most popular winner.
Just a hack out, hopefully finding the fairway, which he has done. A little unfortunate there. If it hadn't hit the person, it probably would have found a nicer spot.
Well, that's all he could do. Saw Harrington there eating a banana. I played with him about 5 or 6 years ago. I think Dave McNeely was caddying from. He opened his bag and it was like a corner shop. There was fruit, snack bars. It was incredible in there. This is Romero, birdie at 13.
That's a magnificent comeback, Jess, isn't it?
Character there, Sam.
So he gets back within 1 of the leads. Young South American. Trying to follow up from Angel Cabrera, the US Open champion. And look at this young kid. He's so excited. And playing great. And he's another young one.
Ken, how far's Garcia got?
151 yards, just a nice pleasant 9-iron, pin tucked over the steep bunkers.
Well, it should be an easy shot. He made it look easy. Well played. Maybe he's got through the dodgy patch, and now he'll play like he can.
There'll be a famous fan under there. Hello, darling. Give us a smile. Great to see the young folk watching the golf. Sport for all ages. It's not for the faint of heart today.
Pin 8 yards over the traps. Steve Stricker's left himself 81 yards, so quite a nice full sand wedge, well, lob wedge. You can really get some nip on this.
He's leaning like he's pushed it. Not a huge amount. And that's a very good shot too. A chance to save his car.
Well, most important thing of this hole is to avoid the bunkers on the left-hand side. Pins cut front left today, so when you're on the right wing, you give him a view down the green.
Come on. Come on.
Well, that's exactly what he hasn't done. He's lobbed it straight into a bunker. Very tempting to keep it up the left. It's the shorter route to the green. You've got to try and hit the fairway. Back to the 10th green. Putts of Stricker and Garcia. How easy are their putts, Ken?
Well, they're relatively easy. There's nothing much up on this green here. Slight tilt from right to left, putting from the right side of the hole. But I don't think we've ever seen better greens than this, Mark, at an Open Championships. They're perfect.
They are indeed, and the course setup is absolutely ideal. I think pat on the back for the R&A.
And John Philp and his team, there's a massive amount of work. They're out here at 4 o'clock in the morning every morning. It is in splendid condition. It's unanimous. So this is for a par for Steve Stricker. If he were to miss and Sergio were to hole, things would look a lot different. Just outside the right edge, medium pace.
Clutch putt there from Steve Stricker. 1 over today, 5 under, 2 behind.
As only lines up, the 12th, slightly fortunate to come up short of that trap. Well, it looked pushy. Oh, that was a shocking shot. Don't know if he was worried about getting it over the bank of that bunker, but very lucky not to go in the winds.
Had a long look at this one. There isn't too much in it. Tad down the hill. He's only had 1 single putt so far. That was the 3rd for a birdie. This would be for single putt number 2.
When they start to miss, Ken, it's hard to will them in, isn't it?
It was a tricky one. It wasn't an easy one to read, but it was a little bit of a less positive stroke.
He holed those out so well yesterday and at the start of the round this morning. Garcia tied with Harrington. The breeze has come up a little bit, guys, out there. Not much, but it's moved around to the southeast. Just only 6 or 7 mile an hour. But just a little different direction again.
Not ideal to have a long wait when you've just birdied 2 out of the last 3 holes. Desperate to keep his momentum going here.
While we have a moment, just a big thank you to Stuart McDougall, who's been running the media and press and stuff 20 years now. Done a marvellous job. And those journalists... Oh, my goodness, he's been watched. He's having a bad day. But that'll brighten him up a wee bit.
Leaderboard there, Harrington and Garcia, 7 under. 1 in front of Romero and Ernie Els. Richard Green safely in the clubhouse with a magnificent 64 on with Steve Stricker.
Well, you know, it's 60 years, Wayne, since an Irishman won the Open Championship. That was at Hoylake in 1947, and the winner was a certain Fred Daly. So Harrington tied for the lead with Sergio Garcia, and he is under pressure at the moment. It's just not going for him.
Well, as Garcia hits off 11, just in time for safety. Wayne and I are joined by Peter Ellis.
And what a turn-up over the last couple of hours or so. Things are not panning out as many thought they would. But, well, we're not entirely surprised that these weird and wonderful things happen. That's the game of golf. A number of players will have, whatever the outcome, they'll have tales to tell tonight, how they could have been, might have been, should have been. And here's one of them, Steve Stricker. Anguish continues.
Romero, he can get it over that lip, no problem at all. Pin front left. Oh, it was nearly a marvellous shot. Shouldn't be too bad a chip from there. Good chance of a birdie, getting back to 7 where he was a couple of holes ago.
Ernie Els after that, slightly wayward. Second at the 12th. Not one of his very best.
Camera down, please.
Tiger at the 18th.
Tiger 1 under today, 2 under for the championship, but he will be disappointed. Hasn't been the ball striking quality this week that he would have liked. 3 wood.
Right for light.
Straight for right.
I imagine that the wheels will be up by 5:30 on his private jet as he flies back to Florida to be with his newly born baby.
Yes, it wasn't to be for Tiger. 3 in a row. Garcia. Something's got to happen for him. There's 3 or 4 now within touching distance, including this man, Harrington.
I think if it was helping something, it could be a 3.
Marcus Breer deserves a mention, doesn't he? 68 and a 69 and a 75 and a 70. Very good playing for the Austrian professional.
Feel that rough kind of cut this way? It's like a 2-iron kind of foul pole.
So here we are now, the 11th fairway. We saw a huge drive down here from Ernie Els a little bit earlier on, but Sergio Garcia is some way back of that. And lining up his club with his caddy, Glenn Murray. These are very crucial moments ahead now for the Spaniard.
Now, Sergio has suddenly gone from being fresh-faced and eager and full of confidence to looking like someone who's on the verge of blowing a gasket. He needs to have a couple of really good, straight, well-hit shots and some putts to start dropping. Suddenly looks very, very vulnerable. Very different from yesterday.
Get up there.
Come on, Sergio.
Get up. Get up.
Yes, sir. That's better. He's been a little bit unlucky a couple of times. That ball that went through the back of the green, it flew out of that light rough. He's had a couple of little miscues, but so has a few others.
Well, this rails his par on 12. He hasn't played the hole very well at all. But you can't tell that from the scorecard. That's a 4. Keeps him right in there. And he's ahead of the other two, of Harrington and Garcia, who are one shot ahead of him. So it's up to him to post the target.
Romero. Awkward little chip, really. He's got to lob it up over the fluffy grass, down the slope. Yeah, it just pitched a little bit short, caught a little knob, and, well, you saw the result. Went away left.
Looking down at the 11th green as this final group makes its way. Really has, Sergio's opened up the championship, let a lot of guys in.
Yes, it started off promisingly, and then suddenly little bits and pieces started coming in. But Harrington cracks one away. Well, they don't come much better than that way.
Certainly don't, Peter, and he knows this links as well as anyone in the field. He did go and play Ireland last week in the Irish PGA and won there.
Well, he's shown us a very good set of nerves now. Romero, this is a big moment for the young fellow if he can pop this one in. And he has. Extraordinary this game, isn't it? Last week he opened up with a couple of 67s and then 2 rounds in the 80s. Looked totally disenchanted with life, golf and everything else. And now here he is with just a handful of holes left, tied for the Open Championship.
What would the odds have been? 2 Argentinian champions in a row, major champions in a row?
I know.
A few months ago.
He'd get good odds for a third different one, that's for sure. Only else on the 13th, playing close to 190 yards today, in back right.
Has he pushed that a bit to the right? Yes. Oh, that won't be too bad if he can get down in 2 from there. Should be okay if the ball's lying sensibly, safely. The lads. What do you think they're up to? No good, I think, by the look of it. Mischief. Oh, he's got the custard pie in the face routine.
Tiger on 18, about to finish his 2007 Open. High and straight. Beautiful. Didn't do that often enough this week.
Typical Tiger if he knocks that in for a 3. Grandstand finish, but not his championship this year.
Stricker on 11 to get to within 1.
Now then, he'll mark. And Sergio needs to hold a putt.
To Tiger, Sergio needs to go in. Missed that one at 10. Another good chance there, right to left uphill. He'd have fancied it. It's going to be hard work, I think, for Sergio.
Great applause for the defending champion, Tiger Woods, with a short birdie putt on the final hole. What a team he and Steve Williams, his caddy, have created.
First of the difficult finishing 4 holes here. 15th, Romero, tee shot, needs to turn a little right to left, avoid 2 bunkers down the right. Short and right of it, so a long way left to go.
He's already made 8 birdies today, Romero. It's an astonishing performance.
Sergio tapping in. Stays 7 under. Joint leader. Started at 9 under, 2 over today. Stricker, has the reputation of being the best putter in America, he's had a poor day thus far on the greens. Par 4. Stays 1 behind. 1 over today. Bird's eye view, looking down on the 18th green, the first tee. I was presented with a lovely framed photograph of my father driving off the first tee here in 1937 Open Championship. It's a lovely old picture. Interesting look at the gallery. They were all wearing overcoats and trilby hats. Things have changed now. Big moment here. Big moment, Maureen.
Yes, and all set up by that wonderfully glorious cut-in hybrid shot from 224 yards. This is an interesting putt. It's got a little bit of a wriggle in it. Almost seems to go one way and then t'other. May favour right half. But he has been putting very well. I hope I'm not putting the fluence on him. I think he'll go straight at this one.
This for the lead. Looking good. Oh, looking. By such margins, championships are won and lost. I thought it was in. I thought the pace was right. A little bit slower, it would have dropped probably, but it was a wonderful putt. Have another look. No, it's in now, isn't it? At that speed, down, dipped its knees and round and out.
Well, Ernie's got a nice lie. He's just barely got to get this out of the bunker, and then he'll run all the way down to the flag. Difficult shot.
Well, one of the very best bunker players the game's ever seen. It must have been exceedingly difficult.
Well, in 02 when he won at Muirfield, he hit probably the shot of the championship out of the bunker on the 13th, the par 3. Almost hold it.
Yeah, he tends to hit him a little lower with a little more run than a lot of the top players, and that may have been a more difficult shot for Ernie, the way he plays bunker shots. He's not one to slash it up into the air and spin it.
Tiger at the 18th. This for a birdie, and you can see he's out of the championship, but still giving it maximum concentration. Desperately trying to finish with a 3, just a little bit at the right edge of the hole. There it is. Oh, rather like Harrington. Harrington's almost exactly the same. And Tiger will have that for a par 4. In she goes, 70. There it is. Got away to a good start. That the middle section from 6 to 12, nothing really happened there. Steve Williams has already removed his bid, ready to give it to the caddy master as he goes off the green. Oh yes, he was wearing it today.
To save par, back up the hill. They held a beauty to save par at 12 and not this time. Too much pressure on his putting. He drops back to 5. Harrington and Garcia, 2 ahead of the field. Sorry,
yeah.
Romero as well. 3 of them, 2 ahead of the field.
Sergio Garcia now. What is going to happen? This, of course, is a very long par 4 measuring 499 yards.
Good shot. No run on that one. Long way to go yet.
Peanut-shaped green here at the 13th, back pin position, a necklace of bunkers, packed grandstands, and Harrington with a 7-iron.
Else missed the green on the right, found the bunker. Harrington right on target, perfect distance. Very good opportunity. He's become a very good competitor.
Romero's second shot on 15. I don't know what the lie's like, whether he'll be able to get this to the hole, but took an almighty slash at it. Well, that's a magnificent shot. He only comes up to your shoulder. But what a fantastic little player. Romero, he now has about 15 feet to go to 8 under for the outright lead.
Steve Stricker at the 12th. Five under, 2 behind. Looks all right. Yes, good shot.
Well, no birdies for Ernie since the par 5 6th. He really does have to make a birdie, if not better here. Doesn't really need the driver on this 14th today. No wind. Nice right to left shape required.
Ernie.
Oh, flirted with the bunker. It looks okay from here. Far enough up to reach. Very few birdies over these closing holes today. Only been 2 at the 15th, 2 at the 16th, 3 at the 17th, and 4 at the last. Ian Poulter birdied the 16th and the 17th.
Well, for Romero's 3rd ever major, putt for the outright lead.
For his 9th birdie of the day, it's incredible from Romero. Takes the lead, 8 under. What a performance by this young Argentinian. Quite incredible.
It is amazing when you think, his last 2 competitive rounds last week were in the 80s, and he was disconsolate. And here he is leading the championship.
5 birdies out of the first 6 holes of the back 9, and the other was a double bogey. Extraordinary round.
Well, we've had a weird day weather-wise as well. It was horrible this morning. Thunderous rain for about an hour and a half. The course was beginning to flood. Tremendous work was done to get it in good order. Then the rain stopped. It became very benign. Then the sun came out for a little while, and it was shirt sleeve order. Then it got the wind got up again. And now, well, I guess you couldn't have much nicer playing conditions. Not too bright, good light, not a bad temperature, course in beautiful condition, and all to play for. £750,000 for the winner. And a few quid for the ones following on behind.
Interestingly, both in the last two pairings, all the players are over par. Garcia 2 over, Stricker 1 over, DeMarco 1 over, McGinley 3 over. So although it's easy, this course is no pushover. Ken.
Sergio Garcia now with his approach to the 12th. He's had a shaky few holes, I can tell you. Dropping a shot out of nowhere really, just because of a poor tee shot, but he managed to recover, but did drop a shot on the 5th, 7th and 8th.
3 iron.
Be good. Please.
He likes it.
Please, God, be good, please.
He heard you, my wee boy. He heard you, he heard you. If you go on to win, you'd better light an extra candle tonight.
This is not too many prayers heard in this game. It gives you what it wants. But a fine iron shot there from Garcia. He's got to be wondering what has happened. He was in control an hour and a half ago. Now he's one behind.
One behind this fella. But now he's faced the dreaded run for home.
Well, here he is with the 3 iron. It's dead as a dodo out here, just a very, very gentle zephyr coming out the left side. Anywhere front of the green, releasing will be perfect.
Like that. A splendid shot. Only 2 birdies here today, Mark Foster and Ian Poulter. Fluff Cow and the old caddy there with the white tash. Caddying for Jim Furyk. Great old character. Actually, he's not very old, he just looks 100.
Ernie's got a nice lie straight between the spectacles of the bunkers, 220 yards to the flag.
Oh, how about this one then? The eagle flies tonight, maybe. He has no idea how near that is, but he knows it's pretty good.
Harrington to join Romero at the top of the board. Nice and smooth. It's a good putt, but it was always left. 2 good ones in a row that haven't dropped. And a little nervy one left, but I think he should manage that. Choi's made a couple of birdies, he's back to even for the day.
So just a narrow miss there for Padraig Harrington on the 13th, the par 3, but he's now just 1 shot behind, having tied for the lead briefly with Romero and Garcia. But Garcia, he is no longer in the lead, which must be of some concern if he's checking on the leaderboards. 2 over for his round, as we've seen him on the 12th. But this is a very exciting stage of the tournament, the real business end. Andres Romero, quite incredibly, firing 9 birdies so far on his card. And he's already had a bogey and a double bogey mixed in there, but 6 under today. He has raced up to lead by 1 on 8 under. Fluff Cowan and Jim Furyk trailing some distance behind. Furyk is 1 over for his round today, 1 under for the tournament in a tie for 17th. But his playing partner is the man of the moment right now. So looking down on the 12th, Sergio Garcia on the right-hand side of the green there. Padraig Harrington now has this to tidy up.
Harrington to stay 7 under. Steady as a rock. To go back to 1947 when Fred Daly won the championship from Ireland, from Northern Ireland, from Balmoral Golf Club. And heady days. Who knows, who knows?
Take a long walk back to the 14th tee, the par 5 for Harrington. We move over to the 12th green. Stricker and Garcia. Garcia first to go after that magnificent long iron from over 250 yards.
It's a very flat portion of green. Any breaks are subtle. This one's certainly a little down the hill. Possibly a little from left to right, but there's not much in it.
Not happening, is it? That one's spewed away almost in the first 4 feet.
Mind you, at the start of the week you said you're 1 behind with 6 holes to play. You would have loved to be in that position.
Yes, he's got a couple of easy holes coming up, 13 and 14. 13's a good par 3, I think, for Sergio. And 14's easily reachable today, so he's in pretty good shape. Same with Harrington. Romero, this for his 10th birdie of the day now. Stunning golf. I don't believe it, Peter.
I must say, it's very hard. He just draws the putter back and pops it in the holes. It's like shelling peas. And there's only 2 holes left. He needs a Paul Lawrie finish now, 3-3. That would really upset the cart.
6 birdies in the 9.
But these 2 holes, these 2 finishing holes can be so cruel. What do you think? He's thrown a 6 in here. He took 6. Was it the 14th? He went in the bushes, in the gorse bushes. 12th. I mean, went the bushes on the right there and took 6 now. Big putt for Ernie. Stays above ground. And the young man from Argentina up ahead goes on to the 17th tee with much to ponder.
Romero's playing like he hasn't actually realised he's leading the Open, and that may be his biggest advantage. Gary, you know what it's like.
Yes, I do indeed. There was a few thousand volts going through my hands at the time, let me tell you. Boy's got a 2-iron out, I think. These cameramen on the left-hand side, they really could do with moving back a little bit.
Yeah, but you used to hit that little low left to righter, mate. They were in danger for you, but not for him.
Just think, he wants 4. He only wants 4 good shots now, really. 2 safe drives, 2 shots onto the green, 4 putts over 2 holes. Where's that gone, though?
That wasn't the same swing.
Not a good start.
Got to the top, nothing much moved, the arms came down. He got hands conscious there. It was a typical pressure swing. Maybe he suddenly realised.
For the first time this week, if there's anything, it's into the players facing off the left there on 17. It's not much, but it just moved around while I was out there walking around before. So a little unusual breeze for him.
Wow. Playing with Jim Furyk, a very experienced man, Furyk, who's gone. He's had a few birdies, bogeys, mix of all sorts. Furyk, only 1 under for the championship.
So Andres Romero in a little bit of bother here on the 17th, but leading by 2. Now essentially Padraig Harrington, who's 2 shots behind, cannot afford to drop any shots on the way in. He'll need a couple of birdies. 1 may do. You never know how it's going to pan out over these closing holes, but Sergio Garcia is on 7 under as well after 3 straight pars at the beginning of his back 9. So Sergio Garcia now is going through this routine on every tee, just trying to get the width of his swing. So as the clock ticks, 2 minutes past 5 here in Scotland. Very important, 6 holes remaining for Sergio Garcia.
Well, just over 180 yards. Should be going for a big high fade. He's willing it up there. It's a beautiful shot from Garcia.
Better.
Starting to hit better shots. Played the last hole well. Played 10 and 11 pretty well. He's in control.
Well, that club that he's got in his hand that has behaved so well over the last 3 days has been a bit bulky over the last couple of hours. He should be giving that putter a severe talking to.
Romero's got lucky. He's found a lie. He's got 240 out.
Ernie, 15th hole, 3 wood. And just down the left side and turn it a touch to hold it into the bank.
Oh, that's a bad place there.
Well, it's better than in it, but I don't know how far he'll be able to move it, Pete.
Not very good. Looked horrible place. No, Ernie missed the short hole green, missed the 13th, didn't get up and down into, missed that. Had a chance at the 14th par 5 for an eagle, didn't get it. Romero is right in the middle, bottom of your screen there. That's where in the rough by that water cover there. And we're told he's got a lie, a decent lie. Gary Evans informs us he might get it very close to the green.
There were a lot of Irish hearts and Irish mouths and Irish hearts. I can't even get my words out now, it's getting so exciting out here. Harrington wouldn't have known until the last 10 yards of his walk from the tee that his ball was still above ground. He's got 234 yards to go up over the spectacle bunkers. If he lands over that to the front pin, he might get a bounce forward. Got a 4-iron in his hand. Has to get it up quickly because there's a bank in front of him.
That's a long way for a 4-iron, but a little bounce and a hop and a skip and a jump and the luck of the Irish. He has no idea what happened there, but there was a monstrous piece of good fortune.
Well, this is incredible. He's got an iron out. And he's got 237 yards to the hole. Flag is right behind the bunker as you look at it. This is a real big hit.
How's it lying, Gary? Can he get into the back of the ball?
He can, Jesse. He can get into the back of the ball. He hasn't got too much wispy stuff around it either, but when you're feeling a bit tight in the Open Championship on the line, needs a really good turn here.
Well, he's a powerful young fella. He needs to be here.
Uh-oh. Duck hook, flat hook. Low hook, club turned over. In the water, Gary?
I think so, Peter. It went in so hard it was unbelievable, but I couldn't tell you where it finished.
I think it was too greedy, had too little loft on the club. Club face turned, ball never got up. 2 shots ahead, suddenly the shots are going to disappear here unless another miracle occurs. Look at that card. It's 5 at the 9th, 6 at the 12th. Gary?
I believe the ball has ricocheted off the side of the burn and it's gone out of bounds left of 18.
Yeah.
Well, that's extraordinary. The low ducker caught the it's not metal, it's not wood, it's concrete steps. Keep up the Barry burn. Ricocheted on the concrete steps and has gone out of bounds on the other side of the fairway, the side of the 18th.
That's a good 50 yards right too from where it hit the burn, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely, at least 50 yards. There it is there, look. Is it? Where's the course? On the other side. Yeah. Let's have a look.
Well, there's the out of bounds fence there on our left.
Now we're getting a bit of misinformation. Oh no, we're not. There's the course on the left, isn't it?
Yeah. Can I? It's out of bounds.
Well, what a costly slash that was.
Garcia, effectively, this to lead by 1. I assume Romero will make it at least a double. Well done, Sergio. 8 under. 1 off the lead, Romero in trouble.
He won't have any idea what's going on up in front. Harrington with a chance of an eagle. Romero in trouble. Garcia with a birdie.
This is one of the best finishes we've had for years. There's still a lot to go on yet, of that I'm convinced. Great stuff.
He's dropped his ball. He's going again with the same club. I just can't believe he didn't go with a hybrid. I mean, you just wanted to get the ball up in the air.
Well, he is
hybrid has a lower centre of gravity and it's easier to pop the ball up. It's like a long iron, long shaft. This is now his 4th shot and it looks like he's pulled out a hybrid now.
Well, this will brush through the grass. An iron chops it, cuts it. Scuttles up. Doing very well indeed. Massive amount of run on that. He's on the green for 3. 4 for 4. That's his 3rd actual hit. Penalty shot 4. Might still get a 5. I can't believe this. Have you ever seen as much toing and froing as this?
This is quite extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, he can give half a smile now because he's on the green, but
Elsa's 3rd shot, he chopped it off the top of that bunker, across the fairway to here. Now he's pitching into 15. There's some scattergun golf going on. Oh, very nearly. Chance of a par.
see how much fun it can be. I love watching Tiger, but see how much fun it can be when someone else wins, because it all happens. Tiger's normally so clinical. Justin Rose on the last for birdie to move to 3 under par. Turn.
It's a round of 70. He's playing with Pelle Ekberg, the young Swede who's played so much good golf over the last few weeks. Warm applause for Justin Rose. 282 was his final score.
Harrington for eagle. Yes! 9 under. Don't believe it. What else can happen? Brilliance from Harrington. Sheer brilliance.
Well, no, he's tied with this young fellow, but even if he holds the putt he's got here at the 17th, he'll drop a shot and Harrington will take the lead. He may be 2 ahead. Well, he'll be 2 ahead of Romero if Romero misses his bogey putt at the 17th, the 71st hole.
The R&A ever thought of moving the Open Championship here permanently? This is the sort of thing that happens of a Sunday afternoon.
These tournaments are better when the courses are very playable.
Even championships.
That's correct, Peter. My apologies.
There's a lot of correspondence about people who get very irate. People call it the British Open. Well, I can understand your point, but a lot of people don't know which championship you're referring to. It could be the US Open, the Belgian Open Championship. So I'm afraid it's got to be a fact that people say the British Open just to identify it. For old quirky folk and old-timers or traditionalists, it's the championship. It was the first one, there was no other, so it was the only one. That's why.
Well, this is a par putt for Ernie. Squirted his second shot low and left. Pitched it in from 125 yards. This really to give himself any chance. This for a par 4 down the hill.
Well, I think Ernie may just about be out of it now. Certainly you don't want to be any worse than 8 under at the end of the day.
No, I think he's going to be close again. I had a phone call from David Frame, the old Walker Cupper, the other day. Well, let's watch this first. Romero, long putt for a bogey. Well, he had the line if he'd had the speed, but that's a 6. 2 6s he had in this inward 9.
Well, that is a 6, and the way he's been going, it's either 3 or a 6 up the last. Let's see what he can do.
Well,
went into the hole with a 2-shot lead and leaves it with a 2-shot deficit.
it is an extraordinary business, isn't it? Now, Sergio.
Landed a little soft, could have used a bit of roll there for Garcia, but I'm sure he can still reach in 2.
The calmest man out here at the moment is Padraig Harrington, 3 wood on 15.
Exactly how you have to hit it. Left centre with a little draw. Fairway is Andy Camber. Wants to throw the ball to the right.
Impressive stuff from Harrington. There's the 18th tee. There's the alphabeticals at the bottom of the screen.
Playing alongside Jim Furyk today. Furyk got a 4 at the 17th, and will have the honour. Will drive first, their final hole. even though it's very still, that 18th drive is still thought-provoking, Wayne, isn't it, eh?
It's the only time it's enjoyable is once you've got the ball in the fairway and it's behind you.
Well, we saw back in '99 strange things can happen. We're starting to see them happen already. Ernie's got 251 yards to go. It's a hybrid. He's going to fly it all the way back there.
It's a tiny target, Paul, isn't it? Only 12 yards wide where the flag is cut.
Yeah, it's a very tiny target. Downwind, well, down breeze should we say today, been into the faces all week. Now it's helping. Hybrid for Ernie.
Very good shot. Long birdie chance, but just a wonderful shot to get it on the surface.
Romero's tee shot at the 18th.
It's going right.
That is a cracking drive.
Got to do thingy face.
That really was a belter, wasn't it? Beautiful.
It's enormous. That's 35 yards to that last bunker. I know the tee's up a few yards, but...
Well, you heard a big cheer, maybe. This is Jimenez on the final green. And he putts, it runs, and it disappears. 5th birdie of the day at the 18th. Jimenez finishes in style. 2 under par. Only 2 birdies. Playing alongside Mike Weir, the Canadian. Who's round in 70. Well, after all that early morning rain and doom and gloom, it's still a bit dark, but there's probably an hour and a bit more before everything winds down here at Carnoustie, and the little town will go back to its... it'll take a day or two before it to unwind, and the newsagents will dream of the times they were ordering 9,000 newspapers a morning. It'll be back to the Dundee Courier and a copy of Men Only. That's for the strange man who lives in the big house on the hill. McGinley for an eagle at the 14th.
Ball's 1 over today. Sorry, 3 over. Oh! Well, they're just going in from everywhere. Gravity seems to have doubled in the vicinity of Carnoustie.
It's a long time since I've seen so many long putts hold on a championship course, Mark. You know, that you don't usually see them from 15, 20 yards to pop in.
You don't, it's a rarity. Seaside Green's a little flatter. Ken.
250 yards left for Sergio. Iron off the tee, another long iron. Got to fly it over the spectacles, not in play. Awkward pin to get at from this range. Got to play for the middle of the green.
No, gotta carry. Gotta carry.
Well, he gave that an enormous welt. And it's gone onto the 4th green, which, of course, is sort of a double green. Monster putt back.
He's further away than McGinley was just moments ago. At least another 10, 12 yards further away.
Harrington, perfect position off the tee here. 203 yards. He's going to house a big 6-iron. It's going straight at the middle of the green.
Another good shot, quite a long way from the hole, but well played, safe, sensible shot.
Jim Furyk, number 3 in the world, coming into this week. And he thought had a really good chance playing with Romero. Furyk 1 over today.
Stay right.
Nice iron shot. Need that to finish 2 under. And just a nice championship.
Well, Romero's got 180 yards to the flag. I'm sure his brain will be in turmoil at the moment. Just one good swing. Give myself a chance for a putt. He's just waiting for Ernie to putt out on the 16th green.
He's now 2 behind Harrington, who's safely on the 15th in 2. If he were to get a 3 here, that would create a lot of interest with a few matches left out on the course. A 4 would give him something to think about.
Romero's going with 8 iron here from 180. He needs to rip this.
Very lucky young man. 1 hop and that was out of bounds. Trying to flog an 8 at 180 yards, so I don't think that was quite the shot to play.
Ernie Els, this is to save his par at 15. Oh, this is 16. I'm a hole behind. He made 5 at 15. This is for birdie at 16. So he'll remain 5 under at the best.
He's having a bit of trouble with his putting. David Frame, I mentioned him, the old Walker Cupper. He noticed Ernie's right hand on the putter wasn't quite synchronizing the putt head. Let's watch this. Watching this.
Difficult at the moment. He can't enjoy that walk after making that 6 on the last and hitting that poor second shot here. It is such a fantastic thing, but not being able to take it all in right now.
Ernie makes his par at 16. But it won't be his year.
Well, I suppose he could do a Paul Lawrie, finish 3-3, but Harrington needs to no more than 2 putts from here. He's our leader.
Seen so many.
That was a superb putt. You think of the situation, the timing, all the thoughts that can run through your brain box.
Well, Harrington's like a man who's won 6 majors already. And this is Sergio, another man who's trying to win his first. This would be for the lead, but no. And he's going to have a tricky one to join Harrington on 9 under. He hit that second shot so hard, beyond belief.
Tended to forget Steve Stricker. He's 5 under, of course, so sort of 3 or 4 shots behind, but early on he had several first-class opportunities which he missed, and for someone with his reputation, his putting reputation, it was quite extraordinary that he certainly missed 3, maybe 4 putts of under 6, 7 feet.
Well, he was a good 100 feet away before this, and pretty well judged. Up the slope, never going to be easy, particularly with the belly putter. Those very long putts where you've embedded it in your tummy button, it tends to wriggle about. But this, a little down the hill, and over the first 3 days, these were mere bagatelle.
There's to tie, go to 9 under. Gear now after those stumbles on the first 9.
Well, Sam, you've come back at an unbelievable time. It's all been happening.
Well, I must be honest with you, I wasn't far away watching. I didn't want to leave in case I missed anything. It's just incredible. What a finish. And there we see it. Harrington, Garcia, both 9 under. Romero, 7 under. Green finished at 5. It looks like it's between these two.
Here's Romero after that poor, wild second to the final hole. 3rd shot. A little bit tentative. A struggling finish.
Almost reminiscent of Padraig in '94 at Turnberry when he messed up the last and Nicky eagled 17, and all of a sudden, before he knew it, Padraig had lost the Open as well.
That's right, yeah. You tend to forget these things. You're absolutely right, Wayne. Well, they've all been heroes today. Everyone who came here early in the lashing rain. They've stayed and enjoyed what a veritable feast. Now Furyk on the 18th for a birdie.
Round of 71 goes to an 8-way tie, 2 under for 13th. All of a sudden the scoring looks quite respectable. Good on you, old Fluff. Been a good faithful man for a long time. Oh, Fluff McCown.
This is Romero for par. His last glimmer. Straight in. What a day. 10 birdies. Got a chance. Oh, big. Oh no, what a shame for the young man.
He leads the putting stats though, Sam. He's 26, 27, 27, 24 putts today. If this one goes in, and it does. 6-5 finish. Championship was there. It was almost on the mantelpiece. Suddenly, FedEx came and took it away.
Well, Padraig comes to 16 now. He and Garcia are 3 ahead of the field.
shot of the championship under pressure, 3 to go, leading the Open. Wow! And the problem 16 has given people over the years, that was as good as it gets. Absolutely magnificent.
Sergio going with an iron for position, trying to avoid the bunkers down the right-hand side. Aiming a little down the left and use the slope of the fairway.
Get up there!
Just in the light stuff. Well, we saw what happened early in the round when he had a shot into a green like with a fluffy lie like that, shot off, went through the back of the green, cost him a shot. This is like a heavyweight boxing match. Blow for blow.
Sorry, Peter, when you're taking long irons off every tee, eventually you're going to miss one, aren't you? And it looks like he missed that one, and he's a mile back.
Shows you the difference in 17. Ernie hitting a wood in here. .234 yards, touch left. A beautiful shot. And that hole's playing very difficult. So Romero takes 6 there. It's been downwind all week, so it's been an easy layup. But today they've probably got to hit 3 wood off the tee, and it's a much harder shot.
Stuart Sink, the tall American, 4 under par, playing with Harrington. He's got a heck of a shot to follow, though. And he does. Oh, he's inside him. Oh, 2 best shots. Oh, we saw Jimenez almost hole it yesterday or Friday, I can't remember. But they're 2 good shots.
Incredible way in there.
It's not over yet, Sam.
It sure is.
Still a bit more good stuff. I think this is one of the best we've had for years. As far as consistent excitement and good play. A few hiccups along the way, a few sad moments. Ding dong there, Harrington and Garcia.
Now Romero's finished. Richard Green, you can finally have a drink, Richard. Not in a playoff now, but what a great day. Great tournament. Well done, you. 64.
Let's go, Steve.
Romero, if he could have finished with a couple of 4s, he would have been at 9 under. That might well have won the championship.
Drama all the way as we reach the business end of this championship, and what a magnificent day it has been. It is unbelievable. The tension out there, you can almost touch it. So Sergio Garcia, Padraig Harrington, down to the wire.
You would have squeezed one of your little 1-irons in there, Ken, and run it up onto the green. Garcia's been a master with the long irons all week, Sam, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yesterday he hit iron down here. Iron off 18, which I found incredible. Slightly into the wind, a bit cold and wet. But 267's a long way, although 50, 60 yards short of the green, it's all downhill. So you probably only have to carry it 210, 220, which is just a 5-iron, 6-iron for him. If he gets it going the right shape, get it chasing down the hill and running onto the green. He's only looking for 4 here. But he didn't see Harrington's tee shot at 16. We did.
This arena is not for the faint-hearted, and by that I'm just referring to the spectators, but Ronan Flood, Padraig's caddy, has spoken to him constantly over the last half-dozen holes, keeping him relaxed, keeping him focused. Ronan took a look at the scoreboard at the last green and for the first time saw the name of Harrington up at the top. But as far as I could see, Padraig steadfastly refused to look over that way, just concentrated on what he was doing.
We're told that they're brothers-in-law now, Padraig and his caddy, so keep it all in the family. What a great moment it is.
When we had that wait a little bit earlier on the 12th, I had a chat with Caroline Harrington, and she told me she was feeling absolutely fine. Well, I'd like to find her now, and I will really wonder how she's feeling at the moment. But this, of course, critical for Harrington. The putt's going to come along the top of a little ridge. And again, of course, it's all pace and line. It's the combination of how the player feels in the moment.
Doesn't look far, does it? It isn't really. Be a huge putt to take the lead. Well, I thought it must topple, but it just rocked away when it got to the edge of the hole.
A 4-iron. It's going to carry it 238 and hope it skips up. A low driller.
Come on, Sergio!
Well, that shot from that far, Sam. I mean, you're asking a tremendous amount of charge one up. I know the ground's pretty firm, but 238 yards with a 4-iron. It's asking a tremendous amount.
Well, he might be leaving the door open here for Padraig. That was sink now for birdie. Tied for fourth now at 5 under par.
Third two of the day at the 6th. Now Choi. Finishes off with a par. Good week's playing from KJ. 6 at the 9th. Drop shot at the 12th. 3 birdies. 71. And with VJ, who was around about 73, 74 today. 75, dropped to the shot at the last hole. 75, Vijay Singh.
Kenny, is Sergio in that bunker front left, or did he stop just short of 15?
Just on the way there, Sam. It's one of those ones with a little hump in front of it, but the camera's all around it, so I think it's in.
Okay. Much harder shot from the bunker.
Just see it, Sam. It's just come up short.
That could be a break of the day there. That'd be a tremendously difficult bunker shot, but not a relatively easy chip, but a much easier chip from the grass.
And Stuart Sink has really been seems to have been a bit of a bit player today. He's had his chances though. Played some wonderful shots, as you saw at the last. The task is to find the island fairway here on 17.
We've seen Ernie well back there, Maureen, and Sink's well back. Change in wind direction here. They need to be a wee bit more aggressive.
As Maureen said the other day, Peter, I think you just need to play it to a yardage of about 250 and then go from there. And they just seem to be misjudging that situation.
Well, these little hybrid clubs of Harrington's have served him well. And he's bending down for the tee immediately.
Well, Harrington in the same position that Romero was 40 odd minutes ago. 2 4s needed. Romero finished 6-5. 2 hard holes, even though there's very little wind. Takes a lot of doing.
Well, a little pitch, I suppose about 45 yards, but the first bounce is going to be critical. 1 or 2 of these greens are a little soggier, so you could easily get the ball to jag in and come up short, or alternatively, you think, well, it might do that and rip it. If he gives it a bit of a dig, it's not impossible to hit it over the back of the green. Certainly when it hits the surface, it'll break a little bit from left to right. Perfect lie and a huge break, as Sam said from the sand. This would be a real blighter of a shot. This is going to take great touch to get inside 4 or 5 feet.
Just slowed up a little bit. It's 10, 12 feet short. Just a little bit more. Played it nicely.
Definitely advantage Harrington, though. He'll have that putt to stay tied for the lead, but Harrington's through 16 and made his 3. A green shirt, but the Irish eyes will be smiling. There's Padraig. Absolutely in the zone, totally in control. Magnificent shot into 16. Perfect tee shot down 17. He won the Irish Championship last week. Decided not to play at Loch Lomond. 2 ahead, 2 to play. Triple bogeyed the 17th. Birdied the 18th to get into a playoff. And then went on to win.
Padraig Harrington chose to play in the Irish PGA Championship last week, Sam, because, well, he wanted ideal preparation for the Open Championship. So it was played at the European Club at Brittis in County Wicklow, just south of Dublin, and came through in a playoff against a guy called Brendan McGovern. And it's been a successful season so far, obviously winning the Irish Open, which is one of the major ambitions for Harrington, apart from winning a major championship. So he's in a very good position here on the 17th. It's 20 years since Padraig Harrington set out in championship golf, playing in his first ever boys championship. And he got to the final then and has been on the fast track ever since. Of course, he didn't play in the Open Championship 2 years ago at St Andrews, when he really was one of the pre-tournament favourites, along with, of course, Tiger Woods, because of the death of his father. And his dad, Paddy, worked very closely with him and helped along the way to develop his son into a major sporting star. And how proud he would be today of how he's performed so far. Of course, Sergio Garcia, his father Victor, his only coach, plays on the European Seniors Tour these days. And he's here today. He'll be hoping to qualify for the British Seniors Open next week.
Garcia slides one away. He's missed it. Long way away for 3. Took 3 putts. Putters let him down there. Harrington is our championship leader at the moment. He's safely up the 17th. Needs a good shot into the green. He needs just some good shots. Jack Nicklaus said, I managed to keep playing my game when they could no longer play theirs. Now Harrington has got to play his game for another 2 or 3 shots, and who knows.
Stuart Sink. Lovely shot. Harrington would accept just the same.
That was a lovely shot from Sink. He was 5 under.
Well, it's 60 years since an Irishman won the Open Championship, and there would be lots of singing and dancing in Dublin and elsewhere if this fellow can pull it off.
He likes it.
Right at it. Right at it.
And why not? Perfect distance, 25 feet. 2 putts.
Yeah, to find the green. Fred Daly, 1947, Hoylake. My first championship. I went as a callow boy with my father. Hoylake, and he won. 1947, Frank Stranahan, the mighty American amateur, came over, brought his set of dumbbells with him. We'd never seen that before. rationing was still going on. And the championship was played at Hoylake, and the course was in beautiful condition. Daly was the winner.
And my father was 14.
And Ernie else wasn't born. Here he is, second shot 18. Disappointing day for Ernie. But he's played well. Just been a great day by other players. 6 under Harrington today. That's a beautiful shot from Ernie.
I think we might see a bit more from him this year, Sam. Looks like he's on the way back.
He's back on form. And it's, you know, he's a major man. He's one of these people you expect to win majors. He's been playing a lot better recently, but this is his best performance in a major for a while, and this will maybe the PGA champion in a few weeks.
Playing 251 yards this hole, 16. Little rescue for Steve Stricker. Always a very narrow target.
We've seen a few in there over the years, but you know, we've seen so much drama over these final 3 holes. Well, we saw it with Ramiro. He was right in the driving seat, 2 shots ahead, finished 6-5.
No, there's the deep breaths. Sergio Garcia, 1 behind now. Tough shot, 3 or 4 iron. If anyone can do it, he can. What a moment.
That's my boy.
He's down in Little Dingley Dell. Awkward shots left for the pair of them.
It's very nice down there, though. It's cut fringe height, so they can both putt it.
It is Wayne, but he's now using the belly putter, which is I found with a long putter, these type of putts are much harder to get the distance right.
Probably better with a little hybrid or a 3-wood or something for that shot. Broadhurst, 3rd shot. 18th hole. Lovely shot. That for a round of 72.
He's lying 12th at the moment, Wayne. He'd love to tap that in and make sure of coming back to this great championship next year.
Well, that was his stated goal yesterday, wasn't it? So
we drift over to the 17th green. Harrington and Stuart Sink.
And yet again, great distance control displayed by Harrington here, absolutely pin high. But it has left him a tricky cross green putt. Lots of swales, lots of hollows.
Good putt, good speed. 18 inches left for his 4. He'll probably know that Garcia bogeyed 15. There's a scoreboard behind this green, but he won't know he's missed the green at 16.
Deciding to play out, not marking and moving away.
I think it's so he can get this over with and then concentrate on that last shot a little sooner.
Nice 4. Out in 33. He's had a birdie and an eagle coming home.
A little bit on the downslope for Sergio, but going with a long putter, putting through the little sort of saddle between the 2 pimples, right and left of him, up the slope, and the green facing him as well. It's easy to give this a real bash at just where he's walking up there is a very slow bit of fringe grass.
Did you get to? It's a tough one. Sorry, Wayne. We're so excited. We all want in here. It's a tough one, Ken. It looks like it's going to be a bit left, then come back right. But the speed's the hard thing, yeah.
Yeah, and the light, as you say, it dies. It's going to die from left to right.
Did you get to walk through there, Ken? With all the rain this morning, is it a bit spongy?
No, it's fine. I mean, you could play any shot you like, but this is definitely the percentage shot. If you take any loft, the ball may dig in. Got to give it a good hit here.
It's a good effort, a little bit shy, but tricky shot, tricky one to judge. Else 18. That's for 68. Well, it's a 69 in the last round of the Open at Carnoustie. The way it looked this morning, you would have bitten somebody's hand off on that. But it's not to be good enough. But another top 5 for Ernie, finishes tied 4th. 5 under par. Another good championship. Great to see him back. I think you'd be very disappointed, Sam, between you and I on the gate post. Just didn't manage to get the putts in when they really mattered. Now Broadhurst, this for a 4, this for a very good championship. $72 for Broadhurst. Well played, sir. Well played indeed. 71, 71, 68, 72.
Finishes 12th, Peter. He'll be delighted that gets him back next year. Roddy.
Stricker on 16. He's come up well short with his second. That's a 4. Stricker's faded. It's 2 over for his round.
Well, this is what it's all about. Bunkers left, bunkers right, burn left. On the clubhouse clock and time it.
Pushed it.
There's bunkers there.
Stay left.
Water. Would you believe it? He hit at that very hard. He just lashed at that, trusting his swing, and just pushed it right. I thought he was going to run over the bridge.
That's only 80 yards from where Sergio Garcia was crouched, looking at his putt.
Well, he'll pick out, it'll be 3 under the green.
Garcia, this is a hugely important putt now. In for a 3, 8 under.
Well, if Harrington drops out, knocks on the green 2 putts, he's going to make 4-4 to tie. It's an unbelievable finish. The poor one from Harrington. He tried to just take it on and rip it up the middle. He is well up. He's only got about 190 to the front, where his ball's gone in the water.
Oh.
how near that was.
Actually, that'll be an interesting place where he drops it, because it landed and went backwards onto the cart path and then into the water. So just to see what happens.
That's actually the bridge that's right in front of the 17th tee.
So, nervous situation now for Padraig Harrington. He really went after that drive here on the 18th. Just needed to find some short grass. Could not be found. Sort of hoofed away the drive and almost bounded over a bridge, but it was not to be, so it's found the burn. So he's got a one-shot lead. So Padraig Harrington and Ronan Flood make their way down, so they'll have to pick it out, drop 2 and play 3 onto the green. This is far from over.
It shows you how difficult it is to get a couple of 4s when you really need them, particularly on holes of this quality.
All the smiles are only from Sergio's side, I can tell you.
There's a lot of movement in front of Sergio here. He's hitting right over Harrington's ball. There's people, cameras, spectators, rules people, marshals, everywhere. There he is on the tee there.
Down the shaft. Forearm bumped. Boom. Good shot.
Champion.
That bridge on the right's the one that Harrington's ball nearly got over. So to wait until Garcia and Stricker drive and move past them.
Stricker looking at it from that angle there, he may have to drop it in the thick rough. Sorry to interrupt you there, but it's keeping the angle of entry between him and the green. It's thick rough on the other side of that bridge there. He may not get a shot to the green.
Well, that's what I was saying about where the ball landed and actually went back into the hazard. It landed over that and then jumped the other way.
Interesting, and the gladiators meet. Not quite like a ratio, but Sergio's getting closer and closer. It looks as if Harrington's going to possibly be able to drop it on the fairway. I wonder if a ratio. Now he knows how he felt. Not a word.
There's a lot of howling and hollering going on from different supporters. The Spanish supporters and the Irish supporters. There must be 50 or 60 people on the 2 fairways. Still a lot of work to be done.
Well, that's Harrington, top left. Just walking back to his ball now. Come back over the bridge. Still got quite a long shot. I don't know whether he'll actually be able to see all he wants to see.
when I dropped it this morning, it went down to its own little mark.
Well, the players are
right
just trying to gather themselves down here. Harrington's still computing what club he needs. Stuart Sink has just drawn his club out. Sink will have something in the region of 230 yards to go, and it is a daunting prospect.
Garcia is got 219 yards, and if we have a look at our little yardage book, there's 2 bunkers guarding the green. The flag cut just tight in there. If we look up the fairway, you'll see how tight it is beyond the bunker.
I think Garcia will be playing first here. Extraordinary situation.
That's Harrington there in the little peninsula bit over on the far side with his caddy. And there's a little bit more to the right we find Garcia. Stricker first.
.227 going with a little rescue, trying to feather it over that bunker, but only 8 paces of green to fly over and land on.
Nearly good.
Still computing what the right club is in here for Harrington. He's certainly not going to be hurried.
5 iron for Harrington. Will he attack the flag? Will he play a little to the left safely? Sorry for Garcia.
That was a nice carry over the corner of the bunker. That's left him with a good chance.
Incredible to get both players watching each other there. Harrington watching Garcia's second. So Garcia turning around to watch Harrington's. Now this is the shot of his life so far.
Well, the crowd will tell Garcia where this one ends up.
Just backing off once more, and why wouldn't he? He needs a long iron of the caliber of Paul Lawrie here.
A mishit. That devilish strip of water has caused so much aggravation.
And I just saw Caroline Harrington turn away from that. She probably couldn't see the finish of that ball, but she heard by the crowd's reaction just exactly what had happened.
No, Sergio, I have absolutely no idea.
Well, you know that there's no great cheer. He knows he's played the shot and there's no reaction, so he knows it's not a very good one. Not quite Van de Velde, Sam, but not a million miles away from it so far.
Well, it's heading there, Peter, in the watcher, 1 out and 2, 3 in the watcher, out and 4. He's playing 5. He's got to go up and down to beat Van de Velde 7. What a shame, Padraig. He's caught that one heavy. Heartbreaking for the Irish and for Padraig.
And I know
Spanish eyes will be smiling.
It's not a get it up and down and post that score, but I can't believe what I'm seeing.
If he gets up and down, he'll finish -7, 1 shot ahead of Romero and 2 behind only 1 behind Garcia. Garcia's 8 playing 17, so he gets up and down, Dwayne.
That's what I'm saying.
It makes
6, and Garcia's still going to
have to make par.
Unless he obviously holds that big one on 17. But, hold all tickets. Don't tear up any betting slips.
Stricker at the 17th. Long. It just didn't release. Stricker 4 under today, 2 over today thus far. Two under's a very popular score. If McGinley hangs on, there'd be 8 and 9 of them. Well, well, well. I certainly didn't think we'd see him pitch 10 or 15 yards short of the burn with that shot. So the top end there, top left, 18th green, bottom left, 18th and 17th on the right. This is where all the drama's unfolding at the moment. Garcia, long putt for a 3. Good putt.
He's grimacing slightly, but he'll be absolutely delighted with that. So unless Padraig chips in at the last, he's going to be 1 shot clear on the last tee at least. Sergio Garcia.
Well, he 3-putted from a long, long way at the 15th, but he's just the last few holes. Birdie, birdie, bogey, par, par. 3 at the 16th, 4 at the 17th. And he will also go to the 18th, only requiring a 4 for much glory.
Well, Padraig took 6 here on Friday. And I wonder now if there's time for one more last little bit of magic.
Fifth shot coming up, twice in the water. Right. Delightful shot.
Mint.
The drama continues. If he can knock that in, Sergio Garcia needs a 4 at the last to be the Open champion. What drama.
Well, at 10 o'clock this morning, all these people thought all they were going to do today was get drowned and cold. What they're seeing is a fantastic and exciting finish to this Open Championship.
Yeah, this is as good as we've seen, Wayne, for many a year. Sustained brilliance, excitement. A lot of toing and froing, which makes the pulses race.
There's Caroline and son Patrick. Caroline pregnant at the moment as well. Let's hope she's not getting too excited here. Great moments for them. And sad ones, but hopefully there'll be a happier one in a few moments.
Stuart Sink now for birdie to finish 6 under.
This is for 4. Wayne, he was in the water, remember?
Excuse me, sorry. Don't remember seeing Sink's shot, sorry, with all the excitement that was going on. Okay, good championship for Stuart Sink. It's a bogey on the last round of 70. 4 under par. Tie for 6th. He'll go home happy. Disappointed that he had chances, but a good week.
Sergio moving towards the final tee. Or will we have extra holes as we did in 99? 4-hole playoff if that happens. 1, 16, 17, 18 should that happen. 1st, 16th, 17th, 18th. Now, whatever happens, they will play all those holes if there's a tie.
So brave.
Well done, but it's a 6. Yeah. Hey, Dad. So near. Well, Sergio still has to play the final hole. Rather like Angus he had the trophy in his hand. Off you go. Come on, I still love you, Dad. Steady now.
Don't damage him, you might have to go 4 more holes.
Boniface. Lovely.
That puts it all in perspective.
How would Garcia like those 2 tremendous iron shots he hit down the last hole here yesterday?
Through to the recorder's office. Cards are checked. Things go silent. Just 2 matches out on the course now. McGinley and DeMarco. There's McGinley. 2 under.
Sergio out with an iron. He's played the hole yesterday with a couple of 2 irons. But a bit of breeze into the player's face. Of course, there's water left and right. And by hitting an iron off the tee, he's leaving himself an awful lot of work with his second shot. What do you think, lads?
We're almost speechless up here, Ken. We thought we'd seen enough with dear Jean Van de Velde, but a 4 to win the champion. How often have we all dreamed of this to win the champion? Now, a 4 to win the championship. Drills it away. It's a good start.
Yellow spot there. He's got 220 to the front edge feet, so
240. It's a big shot.
He's 25 on, 245 to the hole from that spot, so it's a long way to go.
210 to carry the water.
We want to get it a little more airborne than he did that one.
Well, whatever happens now, we're going to have a European winner, which is something a lot of us have been dreaming about for a long time.
Very good, Peter. Steve Stricker, driver.
Good drive.
As you got to say, Stricker's resurgence is complete, and he should go on and win again shortly. But at the moment, it's all up to this man here.
Yes, Stricker's dropped shots at the last 2 holes. 3 under now. That makes a big difference if he can get in 4 at the last and stay at 3 under. about 8 at 200 at the moment, so that would make a big difference prize money wise.
Chris DeMarco, 2 over today, -1 for the tournament. Championship. Poor day for him. Surprisingly, he was 3 under, 3 birdies in the first 6. A couple under then, but not to be. Will it be the Spaniards' day? What a moment. Well, his poor father Victor, he'll be swishing about there, out there somewhere with a club in his hand, very, very excited at the moment.
Team Garcia came over from Spain this morning or last night.
There's the trophy, getting ready for the graver to work on it. McGinley out of the bunker. Stop. Well, the old graver can't start his work yet. A lot of letters in Padraig Harrington. More than Sergio Garcia. Have it ready for the presentation. That always amazes me. Oh. Right into the arena they gaze.
He was up by 4, he was down by 2. Now he's up by 1.
Well, you've seen what happens if you don't really get a good connection with your second shot. Up though to DeMarco finishing off.
This is for a bogey for DeMarco. The challenge didn't materialise. And a disappointing day for DeMarco. Round of 74. 75, excuse me, that was a 6. Horror finish 5-3, 5-6.
Got off to a good start as well, but fell away. Sergio will have to wait a minute or two before the green clears. Now, we've seen what happens if you really don't connect with your second, you don't get it airborne. We've seen 2 or 3 balls finish in the burn in front of the green. One stop short. Now, this is a big iron. McGinley for a par. This to finish at 2 under. Make 8 players tied at 2 under if this goes in. These shots dropped over the last few holes are very expensive. Out in 39, McGinley had a few misfortunes on the outward 9. Dropped a shot at the 10th, and he's going to drop certainly 1 here at the final hole. In she goes. So they clear away, and Sergio will be the first to play. Now he is quite a big target if you're expansive and think, well, there's plenty of room up there. I can hit that green. I've done it millions of times. Just need 1 good, clean, straight hit.
Well, the wind is right to left, maybe a fraction helping, not much. 251 yards, ball a little bit above his feet. He's got a 3-iron. And that out of bounds is always there. You think, oh, don't hook it, don't pull it down the left. And particularly with the ball above the feet, easy to do that.
It's a huge shot for a 3-iron, Ken, isn't it?
Oh, it's enormous. And the wind, it's virtually straight across.
Now, a few deep breaths. Concentrate the mind.
Sort of got to decide whether you're going to draw it in and use the breeze, or just try and hold it a fraction into the breeze. You can't afford to hold it too much so we don't reach.
One straight fizzer would do the job, though, wouldn't it?
Remember Tom Watson, 83 at Birkdale, 2-iron, middle of the green, 2 putts win.
Family await. There they are. Cheer there was to the bunker raker up ahead. They've done a super job here this week, the boys. And now, here we go. Ah, the bull and Matador approaches. Stand back.
Stay in here. Stay in here.
He's not shouting. Front bunker.
Well, guess what, Peter? The drama continues.
Oh, where's he going? Where's he going?
The bunker, well, he's over the water.
Oh.
He's in the bunker.
Why does this boy give me so much aggravation? Not bad lie, but it's a steep bank and it's quite a lot. What is he, 25 yards or more from the hole? What is he, Wayne?
Yeah, flag's 25 on, so it's not... Well, you'd still like the chance, but you'd like to be putting.
Steve Stricker second, 18. He likes the look of it. And wouldn't Garcia like to have bought that one?
It's always the way, isn't it? Always the way. The funny plays a ripper when you've just had a slight miscue. But it has to be said, Garcia is one of the very best bunker players.
Well,
some great moments.
We've talked all week about his putter, Peter, and how much better he's been with that belly putter. It might all come down to a 4 or 5 footer with that new putter.
He's going to have to hit an exceptional bunker shot if it's not going to be down to a 4 or 5 footer. Zach Johnson at the Masters had to chip from right of the green to win the Masters to get up and down. He chipped it stone dead. Garcia would love to do that here. Let's listen to the applause for these fine, fine players.
Years ago, here in '99, he finished dead last in the first 2 rounds. 2 shots away from being first.
Because we mustn't forget, should he not get down into but take 3, there will be a playoff and they will play the first, 16, 17, 18. Add up the scores. If one beats t'other, he will be the champion. If not, they'll go on, start again, and the first to win a hole is the champion. Well, you can see there's a steep bank. It's not lying too badly, but this is fairly heavy sand. Here we go. One of those, a bit longer than
great putt. Harrington holds about 4 foot nearer than that one. But as Peter said earlier, it's things you dream. 4 to win the Open, and now a 10-footer to win the Open.
Well, you dream it a 4 foot, and then if you ever have the chance to get one, you wish it was 2 foot instead of 4 foot or 2 inches. This is not an easy putt. It's a funny little line from this side too. Seen a lot of putts miss down the left-hand side, and others just drift right.
It's quick as well, Peter. He can't be aggressive on it because he has the 2-putt to play off. Remember Retief Goosen.
Steve Stricker just wanting to get out of the way. 3 over for his round today. Stricker started 6 under.
This to get to 4 under though, which would give him a really good high finish. Should he hold it? No.
Well, I hope Padraig's watching television and not waiting for the rower.
I think he'll nudge that in. Finishes at 3 under. That puts him in a tie with KJ Choi and Mike Weir. .74 today. Just the one birdie. Several missed opportunities in the over the first 9 holes. This is it. This to be champion. It's a playoff. It's not over yet, Padraig. Just got to tap this in.
That was a beautiful putt, Peter, wasn't it? It looked like it was in all the way.
Just looked like it was going to turn, but it just kept going. 4-hole playoff it is. Happened the last time we were here. Just gather your thoughts. He will be perhaps a little bit more, well, he'll have a different mindset to Harrington. Harrington could feel, well, I'm a little bit fortunate to be in this position. Garcia, if he goes to the playoff thinking, I lost it, he's got to start all over again for 4 holes.
He's got to gather himself again now, Peter. Let's have another look at this putt. It looks for all money, it's got to go right there. It starts to. There was a good pace to it. He didn't flush it through the break. He just didn't take it. But he's got to gather himself now. He can't keep dwelling on that. He's got to go back. Harrington is happy to be in the playoff. Garcia is a bit disappointed to be there, but there's a lot of work to do.
Well, the last time they played the 4 holes of the playoff, Harrington went 4-3-4-6, and Garcia 4-3-4-5. There's young Patrick there messing with his dad. Look, he has no idea, has he?
As American sports psychologist Bob Rotella, very famous across the pond, works with a lot of the golfers, a lot of the sports teams. He's had great success over the years with his charges.
So all that's left is to sign the car correctly for the correct amount, and we'll have a playoff. Don't go away. There you see it, Harrington Garcia 7 under. Andres Romero, how will he feel? 6-5 finish, finishes a shot behind. Ernie Els, Richard Green. Great day for them.
Well,
4-hole playoff coming up.
So, serious drama here at Carnoustie in this final round. Padraig Harrington perhaps thought his goose had been cooked, but he's just gotten a reprieve. So there he is with Bob Rotella, who's been working with Harrington now for the last 6 years. Just doing a final few warm-up exercises now here around the practice green, along with his caddy Ronan, to just get the feel back. And a little bit of a pause from our engraver. Well, this truly has been one of the most dramatic championships in years. Padraig Harrington was looking, well, just 1 hole away from a round of 65, and then he miscued off the tee. Far too aggressive, swung too quickly, and it blocked way right, nearly bounced over a bridge, but ended up in the Barry Burn. So he took a drop, hit 3, and knew immediately that he had miscued there, and it was going to be way too short. And that's what happened. It landed just short of the burn, kept bouncing and into the actual burn, so he had to drop out there and hit 5 and hold a magnificent putt for a double bogey 6 to finish on 7 under par. So a round of 4 under today for Padraig Harrington, 67 blows. Sergio Garcia, though, the last 4 holes particularly tricky around Carnoustie. He was 2 over for those last 4 in a round of 2 over, a 73 from the 3rd round leader, who was looking to be a wire-to-wire winner. There have only been 10 of those in the past. It's been a while since we've had one. So Garcia around a 73, Harrington 67. A 6-shot swing was made up, and they will now go into battle as we look at young Paddy Harrington, born in 2003. He's his father's son, all right, big into his golf. So Padraig going into his 2nd playoff in a week, beating Brendan McGovern at the European Club last weekend to win the Irish PGA Championship. He won a playoff against Bradley Dredge for the Irish Open. So is he going to make it a hat-trick of playoff victories?
Yes, that's right.
We'll find out very shortly as we go down the 1st, back the 16th, up the 17th, and back down that treacherous 18th hole. So there's much more drama to come here. And once again, Carnoustie throws up a playoff. They had a playoff in 1975 when Jack Newton and Tom Watson battled it out over 18 holes, Watson winning his first major title. And then, of course, there was Jean Van de Velde, famously or infamously having a 7 on the 18th to allow Justin Leonard and Paul Lawrie into a playoff. A 6 would have given him the Open Championship, but it was a calamity of errors on that occasion, and Lawrie from nearby Aberdeen came through in the 4-hole playoff. So here we are looking down on these playoff holes essentially. You can see the first tee just in front of the clubhouse, so heading down right of picture, and then they'll play that superb and very long par 3 16th, and then up the 17th and back down the 18th. So Sergio Garcia has taken care of all the administrative duties, and he now will have a few moments to compose himself on the putting green. So we have not had a European winner of a major event since 1999. the last time the Open was played at Carnoustie, but we're guaranteed one now, and it's going to go either Spain's way or indeed Ireland's way. So the last Spaniard to win the Open Championship, Severiano Ballesteros, in 1988 at Royal Lytham in St Anne's, and what a performance that was, battling it out with Nick Price and Nick Faldo in the final 18. The last Spaniard to win a major championship, Jose Maria Olazabal, also in 1999, just before Paul Lawrie was victorious at Carnoustie. So they know this course well, these players. It's played every year on the Dunhill Links Challenge, which is part of the European Tour. It's one of the final tournaments of the European Tour schedule. So Padraig Harrington now just going through a few final checks here. Well, he was absolutely terrific throughout today, Padraig Harrington. An unbelievable miss on the 16th. Everybody was certain that that putt was in for a birdie, which would have brought him to 10 under par at that stage. It wasn't to be. And he really had some tricky enough long distance putts. 15 and 17, just caressed them down there beautifully, so his pace putting has been terrific. For Sergio Garcia, it's been a little bit of a shaky final round. He managed to get into a 4-shot lead after the 3rd hole where he birdied, but then a bogey on the 5th, the 7th and the 8th gave him a few wobbles, and really it all started with that drive on the 5th hole where he found himself just in a perilous lie, the side of a bunker, and had to chip sideways. So Garcia proceeded to bogey the 5th, and then just started to lack that confidence that he had displayed so terrifically over the opening 3 days, in particular yesterday, because he hit 2 fantastic irons to the 18th, and he really was in such control of his game. He managed to sneak a par 5 on the 6th, but then gave shots away on the 7th and on the par 3 8th, missing greens, managed to settle it, and then came back with some superb birdies, particularly on the 13th and the 14th, which brought him to level par for the round. Then that bogey on the 15th, followed by a couple of pars and a great up and down on the 16th. Wonderful 2-putt on the 17th, and then to be going for the flag from 251 yards on the 18th hole with a 3-iron was just asking a little bit too much, so he ended up in sand, managed to get it out, but it just didn't finish up close enough to the hole, so left himself with that putt for the championship. And it really did look to be in. Then it just sort of horseshoed, and he was clearly devastated by that, so it just remains to be seen how quickly he can summon up his energies again and start to refocus. But it's a real challenge for both of these players, giving these crowds great drama. So this is an important job now to get the flags back into the holes, because they are taken away following the final 2 balls play of each hole. So flag number 1 goes back into its original spot, and we'll be able to get underway very shortly. So they really do love their golf, and very knowledgeable fans. But they're enjoying the banter out there as well, and certainly with the Irish crowds who've been supporting the likes of Padraig Harrington and Paul McGinley, they've created the carnival atmosphere, and then the Spaniards, such great colour. But they're giving this member of the greenkeeping staff a great cheer as he places the flag in on the first hole. So 19 yards on, 6 from the right. It's in the proper place, and here come the others. So Padraig Harrington and his brother-in-law, who's his caddy now for 3 years, Ronan Flood, make their way to the first tee. No need to look at scoreboards now because this is pure match play. Both these guys have great records in match play given their successes in the Ryder Cups over the years. And came through the amateur ranks where match play was such an important part of international golf. Padraig looking pretty relaxed here, and Ivor Robson there to greet them. He's had a long day too. And here comes Sergio Garcia. So making the short walk. His mum there giving me a little clap. The victor go the spoils. And we're about to find out over the next half an hour or so who that is going to be.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the playoff to decide the winner of the 136 Open Championship. The holes will be 1, 16, 17, 18. Thereafter, sudden death played over the 18th until the winner emerges.
Toss of the coin.
Don't to pick the number out of the bag?
Well, is it a number? There it is. I don't know, it was a long time ago, I can't remember.
On the tee, from Ireland, Padraig Harrington.
Here we go again, and the main thing that Harrington has to watch here is there's a bunker some 270 yards out on the right hand side. Same flag positions as we've had all day, of course, they haven't been changed, and I think one of the things the players have to remember now is that they will be a little bit pumped up, and that makes them hit the ball 10 to 15 yards further, so just need to be mindful of that in their club selection.
Please.
Very good.
On the tee from Spain, Sergio Garcia.
Well, as he has done all week off this first hole, and a lot of times throughout the championship, 9 off the tee for Garcia.
Wind a bit fresher than it was earlier today. Into
be quiet, please. Thank you.
Off the left-hand side. And ideally, you want to hit your tee shot up the left to get a view of the green and put yourself on the flat, high point of the fairway. But trying to do that, you don't want to overdraw it, so quite tricky to get in the right spot.
You know these players better than I do, Sam. Garcia looks the more hyper and the more emotional.
Well, that's just his demeanour. Wayne, I don't think it's going to change much here. He's an excitable young kid. He's a great player and he's excited. I don't think it's going to make any difference to his chances.
Well, the referee for this player is Michael Brown, chairman of the R&A Rules of Golf Committee. David Rickman's alongside him to give a second opinion if necessary. Two of the best people out with this playoff, which will certainly change the lives of one of these two.
Most of the spectators have remained behind to watch this 4-hole playoff, and it's just a nice little area not far from the clubhouse. Doesn't go too far away down the first, and then the 16th runs back along the first, 17 and 18. So
spectators about 1,000 down. That's not counting today's attendance. Only about 1,000 difference between this championship and the one in 1999. But I think we've had a fairly good crowd in here today, so they may have just tipped the scales.
Very fair holes for the playoff. 2 holes into the wind off the left and 2 holes downwind off to the right. The first and 17 were the ones into off to the left, and 16 and 18 down off the right. Slight advantage to Harrington here. He's up on the left half of the fairway. Much better angle off the fairway. Garcia just coming out of the semi. There's where you see where they are. 172 for Garcia, and coming out of the semi-rough, pin just over the trap on the right. Harrington perfect position, 160. Only be a 7-iron for him. Probably 6-iron for Garcia. There's the bunker. It's not too difficult a bunker shot, to be honest, but under these circumstances it might be quite tricky. There you see it.
Ken, you're alongside there. They must be, well, apart from a great atmosphere, how are they looking to your trained eye, these two players?
Well, they both look pretty frisky and with it. I mean, they know that it's such an important few holes for them. Don't want to attack too early. 172 is Sergio, completely unsighted to the pin. So has to take his line on the TV tower behind it. But he knows if he leaks it at all to the right of that, he might catch the bunker. So I fancy a bit of a left hand down a bit for his opening gambit.
Big divot.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up.
No, it went into the sand, which has left him a slightly easier shot than stuck on the bank, but he hit that heavy, took a big divot deep. There he is. Halfway through it already.
And Padraig Harrington's been poring over his yardage book. I suspect he's got Harry Potter in there. Flat lie, 7-iron.
Good swing. A magnificent shot from Harrington. What an opener. 8 feet for birdie. Garcia in the bunker.
And they'd say, they talk about being in the zone. Padraig did look in the zone coming down the last 5 or 6 holes, and that tee shot on 18 to me was a surprise. I know it wasn't to you. You were surprised he hit driver. You'd think he should have probably hit 3-wood, but I still expected him to just pipe it.
You know, we've forgotten Andres Romero, haven't we? Young man from Argentina. He finished 2-4-3-2, then 6-5. 6-5 to miss out on this playoff by just 1 shot. Still saying how near he yet so far. My word, he'll remember the last 2 holes here for a long, long time. Well, they've been very enthusiastic all day. I was quite amazed how many people were here this morning at 9:30. It was belting down with rain. And they really are a wonderful collection of folk, those that come regularly to watch the golf.
Very awkward lies there for himself on the upslope. Ball's half embedded. He must have just pitched in straight in its pitch mark. But he's on the upslope. It's one of these ones you're just trying to pop out, hit the little downslope and run it to the hole. Very easy for the ball to come out a little bit to the right.
That sand must be very heavy there, Ken, because it bounced a couple of times before it hopped into the bunker. And I didn't think it would plug, but it's settled down. But as you say, a little stab up and over should run down to the hole. Oh, it's stuck. Advantage Harrington.
You may see a bit of toing and froing these holes, Pete. They all have their own little difficulty.
I think it's still Sergio's shot.
Playoff in '99 was over holes 15, 16, 17 and 18. Changed it this year to 1, 16, 17 and 18. Much better.
Well, when you have this idea of the 4-hole playoff that's been in vogue since Wayne here was part of it, with Calcavecchia and Greg Norman, I have the feeling it's worked very well indeed. The Americans don't think so. The United States Golf Association, they still go back the following day and play 18 holes. But of course, then if they're still tied, they play sudden death. So they almost sort of self-defeating. But that's the way they like to do it. It used to be 36-hole playoff. Can you imagine that?
He's held a couple of good ones in this first green this week. A little down the hill and up the other side. Paul McGinley out watching, so is Miguel Angel Jimenez, so some Irish support and Spanish.
Nope. 5. Slightly mishit second shot. They needed one more club, and that's a 5. What a chance for Harrington to step into a 2-shot lead.
That's where it becomes frustrating. He's hit a lot of edges today over the back 9. You think you've hit good putts, but they just catch the edge and don't go in.
We made mention earlier of Harrington's ability to hit the ball hole high, and once again he has done just that here. His putting has served him well over these last 4 days. This one he's going to have to tickle down the right half. Quite a fast putt, this.
Dead center. 2-shot lead.
Well, the players of about 180 yards, 200 yards walked back over to their right to get to the 16th tee. Oh, it's not that far. Excuse me. It's only a 20 yards. Sorry, I'm a bit mixed up. My first time here. It's 20 yards over there to their right to the 16th tee.
Not so sure I'd like to buy some land off you.
Have a look at this hole. 248-yard par 3 downhill. Can't see the front of the green. Look at all those bunkers around to catch anything that's mishit. And the flag today is in the center of the top there. It's only 12 yards across. Saw Harrington hit a magnificent shot in here in regulation play. Garcia missed the green to the left, but they both walked off with 3.
Well, it seems an age since we were here before, and Harrington was moving one of our cameramen out of the way very serenely before playing the most majestic shot into some 8 feet. He used one of his little hybrid clubs on that occasion, but this wind has slightly freshened, but it looks like he is reaching for the same weapon again. Marvellous start for him here, birdieing the first.
Well, on this hole, Harrington's scored a 3 every time. Sergio's had 3 threes and 1 4. First round he dropped a shot here. All gone quiet as he pulled it. Seen a few down there, haven't we?
That's within 6 inches of where Garcia hit it on his 69th hole. Wouldn't Garcia like to hit it where Harrington hit it? You said when there'll be lots of toing and froing here. Stone dead. What a shot from Garcia. Have a look at this. 1 bounce straight into the pin. 2 bounces, sorry. Oh, that's so near to being perfect. There's Padraig's face watching it. Garcia. Well, it could have hit the pin and gone off the green, but it's only 15, 18 feet. Beautiful shot.
Simon.
Full of drama. Could have another 2-shot swing here if Sergio pops this in. Harrington takes 3 from the edge. Worth the price of admission here today. And the sun comes out. A little watery, but it's here.
Now they've got a couple of 100 yards to walk.
And there you see it. Just think, you folks at home, all these things have to be taken down. The grandstands, the tents, about 100 miles of cables, BBC cables, television cables, all going to be packed up, taken away. And they'll be brought out again. Not on quite such a scale next week at Muirfield when the British Seniors is being played. The old timers there. Wayne Grady and Nick Felder making their debut. There'll be a lot of old fans coming out the woodwork to watch those two, I can tell you, along with Tom Watson, Hale Irwin. And the week after, we're at St Andrews for the Women's. The Rickall Women's Open Championship at St Andrews. That should be great.
Is the Open, when's the Open scheduled to come back here? Is it, Peter?
Yeah, they've decided yet, have they?
No. Hasn't been decided yet? Okay.
I bet he's got a cigar going.
And he's got his sunglasses on.
He's got the old cigar going, yes. Now, Harrington's a little bit more tricky. He's not quite level with the flag, so it could be the ball could slide off the bank in front of him. This has got to be very precise to get this close.
Miguel Angel Jimenez and Paul McGinley out watching. I'm not quite sure who's supporting who.
It's great to see. We saw last week when Gregory Havre won and the Frenchman stayed around Thomas Levay, and
they always do that when, and they've always got a couple of bottles of champagne to spray over them. They do it every single time, and it's wonderful to see that camaraderie.
Good friends to have.
Do you think it's proper champagne, or do you think it's a bit sort of just fizzy stuff?
That's French beer, I guess it has to be proper.
Oh, no fizzy, just fizzy stuff.
I'm here beside Paul McGinley and Miguel Angel Jimenez, who are watching this with great interest. Nerve-wracking, Miguel.
We'll never know till this thing finished. No, it's for whole playoff, and at the moment, Padraig is that 2 shots ahead. No, they make birdie, and Sergio's made bogey in the last one. No, we'll see what's going on now. It's going to be very interesting, and of course, it's going to be at the end, European winners. No,
exactly. Paul, Irish-Spanish playoff.
Yeah, the main thing is it's European, but from my point of view, I hope it's Irish, obviously.
Thanks.
This is not easy to judge the pace, the speed, and the line.
There's at least 4 feet of change in elevation from where Harrington's ball is lying up to the green surface here. Now, his pace putting has been remarkably good all week, but when this climbs the hill, it's going to veer sharply from left to right. It's actually very easy to give this too much, because when he reaches the green, it's downhill from there.
Perfect.
What a good track.
Beautiful. Well, it's a little further than it looked from that other angle, but very nicely judged.
Great speed.
Now can Garcia make this, what is it, 18 feet? Make that. Put the wood back on Harrington. From what we've seen this afternoon, I wouldn't back against it.
Well, the first bit of the putt is a little right to left, but the second 2/3 moves the other way. So overall, I think it's probably just a bit outside the left edge. You do feel this will be a good time to immediately strike back. It's 2 strokes behind, 3 holes left to play. A little down the hill too.
It is. At the line, I just probably thought it was a little quicker being downhill. Not the time to leave them short.
While Harrington just taking a swig of water there. He's not the only one round here with a dry mouth. Now, normally this wouldn't cause him too much problem, but these are not normal circumstances.
Seen this unusual preparation of Harrington's over the years.
Well hauled. Well hauled. So he's at least 2 clear, 2 to play. Great 3 there for Padraig. He's 1 under after 2. This 4-hole playoff. Garcia to tap in to be 1 over after 2.
Move to the 17th, 4-6 for Harrington, 4-5 for Garcia in regulation play.
Yes, Garcia has the advantage here. He's had 1-3 and all 4s at the 17th. Harrington's played this hole in par. He's had 4 4s. Yeah, that's the fairway they're aiming at on the right. See how the water winds around. So you've got to get over the first bit, not push it short and right, and don't go too far, don't go left. The area is quite big, where the landing area that is, and then you come up to this green appearing the bottom right of your screen there. It's a very fine, it's very benign tonight. Should knock an iron away. And 461 yards, 461 yards.
Only 2 birdies all day, Peter, on this. Not a, well, when I say not a difficult, 4 is probably more likely than a 3. Just as easy to run up a high number.
He likes it. Just okay. Not far from where he was in regulation play.
.270 to really where the fairway gets too narrow to hit it. 255 is about the widest point. It's about 45 yards wide. That's a generous, fairly soft fairway. But if you try and squeeze one a little bit further up the fairway, that Barry Byrne tweaks in on the left.
Can't afford a mistake, Garcia. 2 to play, 2 behind. This has to get the fairway. Oh, just squeezes out. That's fine. Both same here, both very similar positions. Harrington to hit first. It's probably what he wants. Knock it in the middle of the green. What he would give for 4-4 right now, Padraig Harrington.
Well, a Frenchman, an Australian, an American, and a Spaniard have had 3s this 17th hole today. Richard Green, Hunter Mahan, and Miguel Jimenez. And you see, it's quite a narrow entrance to the fairway there. Then it opens up. But it's still very intimidating when you know the ball, if the ball runs at all, it'll turn off left and end up in the water, or push right in the rough, or water again.
I don't know. I know my dad's sitting at home watching this. I'm sure you're pretty nervous right now, Dad. What a moment for Padraig. 2 clear, 2 to play.
How long has your father been coaching, Padraig?
Oh, at least 10 years.
10 years, is it?
I think it's 11.
4-hole playoff, that's what we're watching at the moment. 2 have been played. Harrington's a couple of shots ahead. He birdied the first, and Garcia went in the bunker, couldn't get down it too, so he took 5. They halved the 16th. They're playing the 1, 16, 17, 18. They halved the 16th with 3s, and now they both played up the 17th, which has caused so many problems over this week's championship. But they're both nicely in play.
Well, Harrington is very close to where he was earlier on today. He's got 222 yards left. Pin up the back. Played a 5 this afternoon. It was 10 yards closer then. But once again, he and Ronan Flood will consult that magical book that seems to have all the answers.
Ronan Flood is his caddy and brother-in-law. And a very good caddy he is too. He's worked hard today. He's worked well today. They're a good team. Interesting the way he banged the bag down there. I had a wonderful caddy called Jimmy Cousins years ago, and Jimmy did that when we were playing St Andrews once, about 10 feet away, 8 feet from my ball. He put it down with such a thud. The tremor went through the ground, the ball moved, it was a 2-shot penalty.
What is there?
Which was, I'm always a bit wary when they stand the ball up. You never know when it's going to fall over, collapse, or do something. But they were quite flimsy in my day. They used to fall over easily, like many people did. Here we go.
The freshening breeze means it's a 5-iron again for Harrington. He should have good memories of this shot from last time around.
But right, he's got to go to carry the trap. Oh, magnificent. What a shot, Padraig Harrington. Well, that's 2 shots and 3 holes. He's hit this perfect. How do you answer that?
Maureen said he hits the ability to hit the ball to flag high, but I always found that was when you hit it out of the middle of the club.
Yes, his striking has been very pure today, Wayne. You can hear the ball going off the club. It's an indescribable sound.
Pressure on this shot, Maureen, or Ken?
.218 yards. He has to go for the flag. 210 to feather it over onto the flat bit of green. Wind virtually straight from left to right. So he's going to come into the heavens.
Nicely on. Getting better. But again, advantage Harrington. He's just coming home from work, switching on. That's the situation. The final round, much drama over the last hour. It ended up with a tie between Harrington and Garcia. Andres Romero, the young man from Argentina, he finished 6-5 to only miss out the playoff by 1 or the championship by a couple. Ernie Els had lots of opportunities but just couldn't get it done. Richard Green had a wonderful 64, took 5 at the last, and DeMahon 65. Some great scores today. Very good scoring. Ben Curtis, former champion, 65. Tiger was just couldn't get it going. Putted well, but few too many wayward shots. And this is the playoff, 4-hole playoff. The first, 16th, 17th, and 18th. Harrington birdied the first. Sergio dropped a shot. They halved the second. So at this moment, they're both on the 70th, the third playoff hole, with Harrington 2 shots ahead. Celtic welcome.
I think Sergio's shoulders will slump just that little bit more when he comes over the hill to see how close Padraig is. So he really needs to make this putt for his birdie to get back to even.
Come on, Sergio!
Well, I think Harrington maybe had a plan to get to the green first there, because then it makes it seem as if all the cheers are for him, which of course a substantial number of them are, but there are huge numbers of Spanish fans out here. And already the buzz going around the crowd is that at last it is a European victory. The question just is, who?
Well, an awkward little putt this, because about 5 feet short of the hole, a little ridge that should tip the ball to the right. Down the hill, you could easily race this by if you're not careful.
You hold a couple of good putts today, but nowhere near as consistently good as he had been, certainly the round before, third round. This for a birdie 3. Looks good. Oh. Oi, 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 oi. He's had a few of those today as well. Just touched the edge of the hole.
What have I got to do? He's just said to himself. I thought it was gone. I thought it was in. Not a doubt.
So Harrington 6 feet for a 3-shot lead, 1 to play. Great effort by Sergio. You can't give it more than that. This little one here, 5 feet maybe, 4.5, 5. To have a 3-shot lead, 1 hole to go. Padraig Harrington.
This needs to go in with a little bit of pace, because if it doesn't, it might just do what Sergio did and wriggle off to the side.
Bet you it doesn't. It wasn't going in with any pace, Maureen, but you were exactly right. It needed that little bit of extra pace to hold its line.
A bit of a reprieve for Sergio, and off they go to the 18th, which has been a graveyard for some. Just looking down our lead, of the last 6 players of the championship in championship play, only 1 of them got a par. 2 sixes, 3 bogeys, 1 par. That was Steve Stricker. Walk over to the 18th, not a long walk. 2 shots in it. Now Harrington with the honour. What would you do? Well, they've had plenty of drama on this hole already today. This is what happened with Harrington. Over there, tried to bounce over that bridge, ricocheted off a stanchion and went into the water. Then he put it, half duffed it, it ran into the water, the burn in front of the green. And Garcia found the left-hand bunker, couldn't get down in 2, so they made a bit of a mess of it between them. Seriously made a mess of it. Now, what do we do here off the tee? Iron or little wood? Or do we smash it with the driver? I fancy it'll be discretion.
Well, he's studying the old yardage book. Big decisions to be made. I'm sure he's not feeling full of confidence with the driver, which he squirted out to the right. But whatever you hit, I mean, it's tough, because if you take an iron, it leaves you a long, long second shot. Well, it looks like a little fairway wood. That's a compromise. Funny how the wind on the tee almost feels slightly against, yet when we got down for the second shot, it is certainly helping. Off the right.
Oh, the big clock on the hotel, on the top of the hotel, down the roof, that's sort of the line. If you hit it on there, on the eave, either gable end, with the clock in the middle, that'll do.
Something else that's difficult here, Peter, this grass on the mounds on the right-hand side, it blocks your view of the fairway. You're not quite sure where the perimeters are, certainly down the right side. Do you know what? He's looking down the 17th fairway. He's certainly considering something.
He's hit driver every day, Ken, so this is a new plan. He's 2 clear, 1 hole to go.
I'm not sure he's not thinking of hitting it down the 17th fairway. I'm not sure. He's thinking about it.
Straight at those bunkers with the club he's got is perfect.
I don't know.
Well, he doesn't waste much time when he decides to hit. It's 1, 2, 3 waggles and on its way.
Well, this is a massive mental challenge here for Harrington. Just deciding to re-tee the ball. Most of the commentators have moved off the 17th fairway, having seen the way that he was shaping up to this. And presumably, this is something, if he does go down 17, that he has done in maybe previous Dunhills.
He's taking his time, preparing himself for it. Certainly aiming miles right.
Perfect. Plumb center. Not long, but straight. Sergio, driver.
Little left.
Steady. Landed soft.
He's gone iron the last 2 days off this 18th, but 2 shots back. He's taken the driver.
Right, I've just had a look out the compound, out of our pod here where Padraig's ball is, and I don't think he can go for the green in 2. He's well back. Probably 240 is too clear. I think he's played this just to lay it up and 2, knock it on, make his 5 and make Sergio make 3.
He's 245 to the
Sergio's
front.
lie looks okay in the left rough. He can get up easily.
Yeah, 245 to the front, Padraig, and about 270 to the hole. So
it's too risky, isn't it? It's a 6-iron sand wedge. Make your 5, maybe a 4, and force Garcia into making 3.
Well, it hasn't been the best of hosts for Furyk. 4-6, 4-6. He's played it the 4 previous times. Sergio 3 4s and a 5, which took him into this playoff. He required a 4 to win the championship. Took 5.
Sergio's in a good position, even though he's in the left-hand rough. His lie looked pretty clean. He's got a good angle. So interesting tactics by both players. Well, Sergio's a must, and Padraig is just trying to minimize damage.
Yeah, I will.
Huge throng of people following these 2 players onto this fairway.
And despite the poor weather we've had this week, the crowds have come in big numbers. The course has been quite superb. One always feels sorry for our visit. Well, everybody when the weather's dreary, which it has been. But the golf has been, particularly today, has been absolutely electrifying. The drama, the build-up, now the playoff. And it's not over yet, even though Harrington has a 2-stroke advantage.
Well, I think, Sam, you've called this correctly, because the numbers that are facing Harrington at the moment, he's got 268 yards to the flag. He's got 243 to the front edge. All the trouble, of course, is, or lots of the trouble, is short, the burn, various bunkers and so on. If he decides to advance this some 180, 190 yards down this fairway, he's going to leave himself 60, 70 yards of a pitch in. And I would think at the moment that's the favourite play.
Yes, make Sergio get a 3. That's the only thing. Sergio's in the rough. Doesn't look to be lying badly. Two families together. Spanish connection on the right, middle. Mum in the middle. And Padraig's wife on the left, Caroline. And assorted relations dotted around.
266, 190. I can hit 190. That'll leave me 76. Happy?
He said 170 leaves 90. That's what he's looking at.
Situations like this, it's not always so easy just to hit a simple 6-iron or 5 or 6-iron down the fairway either. Normal condition, just stand, take it back, push it through, bob your uncle. Don't tweak it.
Good swing. That's perfect. Ideal position. There and two. Probably 90 yards to the hole. Just a 6-7 iron for Padraig there.
That white spot he was near is 80 to the front, 25 on, so 105 to the flag. He's left himself. Just big sand wedge for him.
203 yards of a little bit of an upslope for Sergio. Ball sitting pretty well. Some poor old lies in there, but it's sitting on some lightish rough.
He's just left the door a little ajar. He's still favourite, Padraig. It's 40-15, but
You know, Glenn, I can't hit 5.
He's found a good
If I
lie,
hit
but
5 and comes out, I'm gonna hit the wall. I'm gonna hit that top. Okay. Come on.
he's got to get down in 2 from here. I don't think Harrington's going to take more than 5. Gripping this well down the shaft. This is look how far his right forefinger's almost on the shaft.
Stay right. Stay right. Get down. Get down. Down.
Fine shot. Fine shot. That's my boy.
he's given himself a chance. Unless Padraig can hit it tight, it's not over yet.
It certainly is not.
Quite an atmosphere down here at the 18th, and what a great shot for Sergio. Well done.
What club did he hit there, Ken? Do you know what club he hit?
6-iron.
A 6-iron, was it, really?
203 yards, beautiful, sweet as a nut.
It's a big shot. Only used half the club as well.
Well, there's 102 yards left between Padraig Harrington and the hole. And what an arena this is. Absolutely stunning, surrounded by galleries 10 deep. And this moment is what all those hours of practice have been about.
Pulled it. Very good for distance, but he tweaked it.
Well, it's back on again. That's a tough putt from Furyk to get it stone dead. And if it does get it stone dead, Garcia will have a putt to tie.
Will also give Garcia a good lead across that green, which is...
As they lie, there's only one in it now. Harrington played 3, Garcia 2. Harrington was 2 ahead. They'll have a 35-foot putt to win the Open, but I'm sure he'll take 2 right now.
Well, they all settle. Harrington will have a putt to win the championship. If he misses, Sergio might well have a chance tying again, should he be able to hold it, and Harrington takes no more than 5. Few permutations left. Harrington 2 ahead. This is the 4th hole of a 4-hole playoff. The young Irish amateur Rory played splendidly this week, just 18 years of age, from Hollywood, just outside Belfast.
You'd think he'd know this as well as anyone, Peter. He's won 2 of the Dunhill Links Championships in 02 and 06.
Yes, he's played a lot of golf here, as you have, Sam.
I have, Peter.
What's he got, Sam?
It's about 3 feet left, I would say. Dead weight, get it stone dead again, make Garcia haul it.
Well, this for the Open. But I wonder if he's actually thinking that, or is there part of him at the moment thinking, don't 3-putt?
Not one bit of it, Maureen, because Bob Rotella would not allow him to use those sorts of thoughts.
Well, if he 3-putts and Sergio holds, it's an entirely different ball game.
An amateur match play golf, an ideal match play situation. Well, this certainly is one now. If Garcia holds, Harrington has to hold to tie. Extraordinary what's going on here. Harrington tried to play the hole perfectly, safely.
See, that was a good putt of Harrington's, just a little bit speedy, but it was very good for line. Sergio will have spotted that, noted the pace, the speed, and the line, so just fractionally at the left side of the hole, maybe pretty near straight. Now then. Oh. Worn out one set of fingernails already.
Just hit that a bit firm, didn't he? I thought it just didn't take the break at the end. Again, he's hit another lip, Sergio.
Just a fraction firm. This is a must. This to force Harrington to hold his. Garcia's this for 4. He's 2 behind Harrington, who has a 3.5 footer for 5. This has to go in.
Well done. He's played this hole 5 times, 4 fours and 1 5. Harrington with a nasty length putt to win the championship.
Similar length to what he held in regulation for his 6th, wasn't it? I think.
As Ben Hogan said to Butch Harmon, 10 two-letter words. If it is to be, it is up to me. This to win.
This putt for the first Irishman to win the championship since Fred Daly at Hoylake, Royal Liverpool, 60 years ago. It's there. Little one. Oh. What a battle. Brother-in-law on the bag. Now, Dad, can I have that new bike? To the winner go the spoils. I think brother-in-law's nicked the flag for a souvenir. A wonderful day for Irish golf and the family and all kids. Ireland have been a tremendous supporter of golf, Ryder Cups over the years, amateur golf, women's golf, lovely golf courses. So much Ireland has given to the world of golf. And now they have their champion, a new champion, Padraig Harrington. Well deserved. Nearly threw it away. There we are. There you have it.
Gold and silver, Peter.
Yeah, the man from Dublin survives. A moment to savour with Garcia's play. Again, so near. There he goes. Played so well, but it wasn't to be. He was there, had a good lead at one time, but just fell away. No champagne. It's a bucket of Guinness.
Well done. Oh, God, well done. Well done. We get the red. She's on the way.
Boy Bowden moves in. Yeah, Boy Bowden was there. Our man getting the interview. Move to the back. If we could just have a word with him, it would be great. It was a. Hazel Irvine is with Padraig Harrington, the Open champion.
Padraig Harrington, the Open champion. How does that sound?
Obviously too good. It's a lot to take in, obviously. Tried not to get ahead of myself, and it's obviously all coming in now.
Tell us what it was like to stand over that putt knowing that that was for the title.
I didn't think of it like that. You know, I convinced myself all week I was going to win, but I never let myself think of winning or something like that anyway. So I just, you know, focused on my target and hit the putt. I looked up with about a foot to go. It was going in the middle of the hole, and I didn't know what to think.
After what happened at the 18th in regulation play, did you believe your chance had gone, Padraig?
I think if I'd lost, I would have, you know, it would have been very hard to take it. But because of the fact I still had a chance, I didn't allow myself to get down about taking 6. I just stayed positive and just convinced myself that, you know, if it was a playoff, I'd do the business. You know, the up and down was very important on 18, but it was very much a case of, you know, if I'd lost, I don't know what I'd think about playing golf again. So I didn't let it cross my mind.
Padraig, this is your 37th crack at a major title. Deep down, were there ever moments when you doubted that you could do it?
Yeah. Obviously, yeah. I've come a long way. You know, when I turned pro, I would have settled being a good journeyman pro, and I've worked hard. It's been,
thanks, guys.
You know, it's been great to be named as somebody who could win a major championship, but obviously that brings its own pressure. So to actually go and do it, I don't know what to think.
I want you to tell me what you think is happening in Ireland right now, 60 years after Fred Daly.
Oh, well, I'm sure there's a hell of a party going, and I know I don't have to do anything for 2.5 days, so I'm going to party on.
At that point, we'll leave you to enjoy the party. What a treat it's been, and what a privilege after 4 amazing days. Thank you very much, Padraig.
Thank you.
So Padraig Harrington is the winner of the 136th Open Championship, and what a deserving winner he is too. Commiserations, of course, go to Sergio Garcia. And 2 great gladiators over those 4 holes of the playoff. But Harrington got the killer blow in very early with the birdie on the first hole. And that just gave him that 2-shot lead, because Garcia unfortunately bogeyed, having found the bunker. And that's how it remained. So, real drama here at Carnoustie. And the engraver doing his job right now. The names of Tiger Woods, David Duval, Ernie Els, Ben Curtis, Todd Hamilton, Tiger Woods, Woods again, and now Padraig Harrington. That's a pretty impressive band of players, not to mention all those great names who have won this historic title over 136 years. And more, of course, given that there was an absence during the Second World War. Well, we have a deserving winner in Padraig Harrington. He was one of the pre-tournament favourites, not far behind a certain Tiger Woods. We have just had a splendid 4 days, bringing you the world's best major.
Wishing I found you sooner. So many wasted hours, left on some burnouts on a night so cold. You'd be there to hold. Don't tell me you can't see you're better than everything and everyone. It's no coincidence the rain is gone, and you become my burning sun. Your eyes light up my skies, all the gray turns into blue. I get so lost inside, only you can get me through. Don't tell me you can't see you're better than everything and everyone. It's no coincidence the rain is gone, and you become my burning sun. Don't tell me you can't see you're better than everything and everyone. It's no coincidence the rain is gone, and you become my burning sun. My burning sun. My burning sun. My burning sun.